what'd you do? Hoo-hoo for a contact bar.
Oh no. What the hell was that? That was 905 singing.
That's right, I was singing pool, man, singing pool.
I'm gonna have to purge my radio now.
Hey, we'll say it all, join you. What would you do for a contact bar?
That's right, tell them all about it there, Dodger Dog.
Man, you guys know I wasn't home where I could record that, right?
What would you do for a contact bar?
Easy there, Skipper.
Good evening to you there, Dino. I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right.
Hopefully I'm making the trip all right.
Oh, yeah, you're doing just fine. Out on the water down here on the Old Galley. Watching the sun go down.
No, you're sounding good, man.
Yes, Skip was late about starting this morning, so I figured it'll be late tonight before they get out of there.
Radio check.
Evening there, Dino.
Braves, Toyota.
Hey, right back, man. Sounding good over here on the north side.
There that you like, you thank. Sir, you too, as usual.
Radio, okay, where it is.
Ah, D-Roger. Well, not for long. This little boy's gonna pull the house down. He's chewing on the microphone cord right now.
I heard him on the air there, no doubt about it. He's starting to make some noise.
Well, you know they're quick draws, McGraw. I got them in one hand, and we're sitting here at the radio bench just to chew on the fat. Come on.
No doubt about it. Man, did I hear boat air in there? Who's that?
Mango ain't got no conditions on Cookie Monster because he's a mud
I thought that guy was a local. Hey, man, Mango's not out here. Turkey Monster, Mango's not out here. Quick Draw said that. And if he was...
Nate,
Weird.
hey, when you was up, putting that toggle switch in here on this 33, did you by chance look at those two knobs on there where the echo's at?
Oh, no.
See if those knobs are going to be compatible with the turbo board, or am I going to do it like the bass? Just 2-in-1 knob.
Well, I'll get back to you when they get to you. He's just mud stuffy, man. Mango ain't nothing but a mud. I think you're right, hillbilly stuffy. That's Mango. He makes it weird.
It's the same hole, but I doubt it.
Whoever. He got a house.
Yeah, once it's 20 on the wheat fields, right? Hey, just look dash and trash. 7-3. All right, Cookie Monster, I give up. Come on, forward.
But Amber's got his tagline.
Up there in Ohio, he's saying I guess the Cookie Monster.
I was just thinking to myself, how could you pull Q anywhere into the equation on that one? Yeah, I was trying to figure that out.
Boy, I'm trying to figure out who the hell wants to call Mango from Missouri.
Hotel California.
He must be a weirdo.
Wow.
You know? Oh, now they got Toyota started on Mango. He'll go on that one for a while.
Oh, no, not that one for a while. I guess I can do it for a little while.
number now.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take that Confederate flag faceplate off that 88 and put the original faceplate back on it. Kind of looks funny in there with all three of them radios in the pack right there. Confederate flag in the middle, it kind of sticks out.
That sounds delicious.
Yeah, after you smoke a big fatty, yeah, that would be good.
Yeah, they did that before.
He's looking the old fat one. He'll be just fine.
He just did that because he was weird.
Oh no! Not a useless condom.
I don't think Mingo's a different kind of weird than that.
Agreed.
Mango's not really a harmless kind of weird. He's like, trying to think of the word deviant type of weird. It just came to me.
Yeah, deviant is it. Deviant, yeah, definitely. There's probably a few other words to go with that too.
Remember the older brother, Weird Science, when he came out in the girls' underwear? He said, that's a severe behavior for eating nothing but water, baby, for right now. To be a manga.
That's a really good description.
I got 116.
Y'all sound like a bunch of fucking weirdo motherfuckers.
On his head. I'll try to remember that. I know he's on the air. Ain't no radio shot.
So that handle, where did Mango come from?
It's not a joke, that's a severe behavioral disorder.
You know, mango, you don't get it there, Roadhammer. Mango, fruity, weird, mango, sexual disorder.
Yeah. I'm proud of it.
Yell it, Jackie, you got 327 rigging.
So is my little boy Waylon.
Artificial head.
Yeah. We're gonna build him a badass station.
Nice big signal, real good conditions rolling into Pennsylvania. For sure, yeah, well, 327 up here in the northeast. Let me... Alrighty, Gulf Coast Stinger, Yellow Jacket. Friendly fire out of Keystone. Have a good weekend. At old 327, gotta get out the way. We'll see ya.
Yeah, just let me know whenever you get them. Put back at least one for sure. I want one to go in that 88, but if I can get one to go in this 33 and be able to use them two knobs that's on it, I kind of leave it original, but if I can't, then I'll do something different, I guess. But I for sure want one for the 88. Is this thing, can you be able to hear that beep whenever I key up? Oh, so it is beeping, okay. Well, right now I got a chicken choker on it. This morning I just had stock mic on it. Yeah, I can hear it. I should see it on my meter. I didn't know if it was out, putting that out in the output.
Hello, radio 1212.
Forward Roger beep.
Oh. Hell yeah.
Is that RCA? That ain't the RCA, is it?
Hell no.
What's that, the Kenwood?
No, my Kenwood don't put out like this. It's on my 77.
Yes, sir. Hard knocker.
The bench radio.
Oh, that's that Galaxy.
I'll kick your ass.
You ain't gonna bust a grape, clown.
Hello, radio.
Thank you, Dan.
Prego.
Plot.
Yo, Gary. What's up, dickweed?
Smoke pot, crock pot, crackhead Joe.
Yeah, I ain't heard old crackhead Joe. I don't know. He's probably still recovering.
He's over there hitting that meth again.
Fentanyl.
He freebasing that fentanyl?
Hell yeah, with the racist motherfuckers.
Fucking Mexican music again.
That's probably that dickweed out in California. It's probably that skip. Them guys told me today during lunch that motherfucker keys it up at 8 o'clock in the morning and don't stop till 10 o'clock at night.
What the fuck?
Sorry, 1212.
Hell yeah. Damn it, my fan's already come on.
That shit wouldn't fly around here very long.
How much was it?
Hell, back in the day, mother had this shit locked down, not this channel, but fuck, they locked it down for a month.
And, yeah. And, Wiki Rack wants, I think.
I wonder how many radios they burn up in the process.
Same radio, all month long.
You're looking at, you know what, $1,700 total to get it all done. Right. Maybe I don't need that kind of radio. I just said no.
Damn, I can't think of his damn handle. Stayed down there in Georgia, up there by Statesboro Blues. So, god damn, I can't even think of his handle right now. He told me to tell you hi.
Oh, right by the field. See, that's about 6 inches right off.
Damn, and I talked to him for about, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes probably, on 18.
Hot black, but I'm
Damn it, boy.
wire here, but I'm gonna have to like do something with that red turning black somehow.
Damn squalling ass Mexican radio, you hear that shit?
Cause I barely have any room to plug this thing in on that. You call him on the phone and talk to him, he'll probably send it to you. What?
No, I'm down here to see if there's any hooks hanging out.
Parece que en México, si tú compruebas ciertas... What you're talking about that you left down there? It probably, if you already paid for it, it probably sent it to you. Pueden, you know... No, cool. No, I got what I paid for. I didn't leave that
This motherfucker passed out on a sidewalk with a tall boy next to him.
You...
What the fuck? Is that Smoking Joe's roadie?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm positive you would, you know? Dude, he is super cool, dude. He's super busy. As soon as I got in there, dude, as soon as he heard me, he came right to the counter and said, let's see, what do we want to do? We want to check the Connex receive, and we got to put the variable power on the back of that 148, right?
Yeah, make sure you put the Connex board in it too there, dumbass.
Dude, I shit you not, dude. He started with the Connex first. He probably adjusted the meter a little bit, you know? Because yesterday you were hitting me.
He said he touched on a Peter.
God damn, I hope not.
So, I mean,
Old Peter Pot Pusher, come on.
I'll see when Ozzy's out there, if Ozzy
Damn, I don't see no rookies out here.
6 or 7 pounds,
What?
you know, he pimped it out, you know what I mean?
Yeah, 10-4. No, I know what you mean.
You don't know what he means, or you wouldn't be asking about it there, Fo Roger.
I don't know why he did that, why he turned that down, but I got you a 22 now, pounds. When you tee up before you...
Uh-oh, spotted one.
Go more.
Roger on the go more. Go more.
Hey, Gizmo,
I'm a go.
Yeah.
can you hear that Roger beep?
Yeah, 20.
Do what?
Can you hear that Roger beep when I first key up?
Yeah.
Oh, real.
That's one of your Roger beep boards.
410.
Got the forward swing on the beep there, come on.
Hey, man, break.
All righty.
They're like 23. Yeah.
Hell, I'm cool with it. Hell, something different.
Channel 19, channel 19, channel 19. What's
Hey, man, like, was he using stuff, like, wood stuff that he probably fixed and people never came back for it. So he, you know.
What the hell them guys talking about anyway?
I almost...
What is it, DX skip out there, I guess?
Didn't get it in again.
Ain't no telling.
Shit, that shit needs to hurry up and roll on out. Well, hell, it didn't start until late this morning anyway. Hell, it's just 7:30. I was thinking it was way later than that. I mean, I guess it ain't.
I'm good, you know.
The fucking old time change kind of still has me set back a little bit.
For a while.
Let it cruise.
Oh, I just ordered a dozy or a dozy meter. It's only a 1 meter deal,
He said he got him a 1 meter beater there. Come on.
This motherfucker just got done painting his truck in his driveway.
Do what?
Some old boy over here just got done painting his truck in his driveway.
Is there paint all over the place?
He's got it all masked off. Look like he just got done painting it.
Oh, it's just really
Hell yeah.
better time, but Lisa took her out to go eat. They went to Applebee's and they ordered that meter for me. So you have to pay extra. If you don't pay whatever it is, so I paid the extra. So I'll be having my own meter, and I'll know what the fuck it's doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's better, because that way you can watch it. I got my bird meters. I got 2 of them, and I run one forward and one reflected, and it's the same thing, you know. And something goes wrong while you're talking, you can just stop.
Yeah, okay.
Look for that Scrimbo Joe, where you at there, mofo?
Something new, you know what I mean? And
He's over jacking his dog off.
Shit, shit, I ain't never heard no dog in the background.
Después ya te ganancias, ahí vas a ver todo.
I figure he'd be over at Moon Dogs jacking his dog off, then he'd be jacking two dogs off.
Shit, he might be.
You plug in there, you know what I mean? Okay, right there where the...
Yeah, wait a minute, you also,
Man, this sounds all fucked up. It didn't help me out. I couldn't turn it up or nothing, so...
Hell yeah, dude.
I'm telling you, this sounds all fuckered up. I couldn't understand it. But yeah, there's some little buggers, man. I got four and $5.
man, I gotta make me up some jumper wires. I gotta make me up, 1, 2, 3, 3 jumper wires. I gotta see if I got enough PL259s. I know I got 4 of them. I don't think I got 6 PLs.
I run some of them. I put them on my coax, though. I don't like stray RF running, because I got so many wires going up and antennas on the tower. I put it on there to, you know, separate them and get rid of stray RF. You know what I mean?
You know what he means?
What's up?
Oh boy, we're talking.
Like your 148 or your 29 where it hooked up right to the back of the radio. There's like a pigtail hanging out. And there's your you know.
Show up!
With the box, they got a three position antenna switch, or 4 position. And
Chupa mi verga, puto.
Damn, I got the damn hiccups now.
yeah, that's that fucking
Hoto.
Hey, Beachy hooked off!
what time is that fucking go?
Hey, pendejo!
I can't do that. Let's get along.
Chupa mi verga.
On the mic at
Make sure you get the Connex board too for it.
well, so if I keep it right here, about 10 o'clock, it might sound.
Hell yeah, I got a shitload of Connex boards.
Swinging like a tree. I'd say it sounds real good. How's this sound? Fucking loud. Is it like over-modulated?
Holy chihuahua!
Yeah, it's way over modulated. Yeah, you're all muffled up. Way too much modulation, Bogart.
Yeah, I hear you. What do you do? I mean, is it clear or does it sound like shit?
Sound like boo-boo.
Checks out okay.
Sounds like boo-boo to me, come on.
Yes, microphone. This is a JCC
Damn it, boy.
amateur radio one.
Screw Shrimp Joe, come on out. Thursday night fights, come on, break.
Too much? Oh no, that's wrong better. Alright, well maybe
No, my mother has sake.
I turned it up about, I don't know, 12 o'clock. Is that 12 o'clock?
Hey, you're way over driving. That thing's way too much. 12 o'clock, way too much. You better back it off of here.
Oh, you're doing great, bro. You're doing big things around my house.
You down with the squeal?
You did, just sitting here on the shelf, you know? Yeah, give it a little playtime. Give it, you know? I don't know if you have that brain. Hey.
God damn, what do you say? You want a little play with him, have a little playtime? Probably. Damn it.
You know what I mean? Like I said, it revived 5 of the radios, so... yeah, that's shit. Yeah, therefore,
Yeah, we got CB Tech down here in Oklahoma City. He's a real black man. Call himself perpetrating a fraud old-timer. Shrimp Joe. He's a big radio tech.
And,
Radio won't get out across the yard. Fired that shot. Oh, yeah. Old Damon wanted to hear that Saturday. Boy, I fired up that turbo on him. Had that something as a squalling dog.
damn it.
Who's got that? Is that you, Snake?
Would you shut your stupid mouth, you damn idiot? I'm starting to see me shot.
Hell yeah, that's that Taliban toy.
Taliban toy. Yeah, I had a Galaxy up there in Kansas City a long time ago in the 44V that I had. Had that good, bad, and the ugly, and the woody woodpecker wood in it.
Would you shut your stupid mouth, you damn it? Would you shut your stupid mouth?
Shut your stupid. Oh, so? God, he's
Talk. Fucking. You shut your stupid mouth.
Last one's gotta be down. And that first one you can play with your receiver.
Get them screaming eagles going.
They used to do it back in the day. My 148's the same way. I got a road map for that to show.
That's them semen eagles.
Tonight, the Bear County Jail detention officer indicted on 3 charges, now waiting for his day in court. The number of arrested Bear County deputies climbed again to 17 this year and 2 this week. As the mugshots pile up, so do our questions about what the sheriff's office and the county as a whole is doing about it.
Buddy, dude. As soon as I got there, I'm radio. He's all like, okay, bring it down, radio's over here. I was like, hey, that's cool. That's cool. Well, they know you're coming from a long way, you know. Oh shit! I didn't know you did that. No, that worked. Nice try, Frank.
Pathetic asshole. You're still a fucking asshole, Frank. You've always been a fucking asshole. And probably always will be an asshole.
Hey, I'm out here around Barstow.
Damn it, man. What's the 20 on the asshole? Come on. Break.
What a clown.
About a foot. That's all I need on each on the black.
Hey, Rogers on the St. Louis. Good evening to you.
The fuse right in line right there, but he only gave me about 4 inches from the fuse. You know what I mean? Like, wow. I thought he would about
Talking on this old Panasonic radio, I drug it down off the shelf. I've had it for 20 years. That's cool. It's an old 40 channel, AM only, bass, plug in the wall, real nice radio. Cleaned it up.
Pinche Bernejo.
Got this guy that I was talking to, he got 3 boxes of
Man, I'm gonna get my PA speaker in here.
and Sam's photo facts.
Alright, you guys in Missouri, take care. Take care of around Missouri town, no doubt it is Louis Louis. I'm down here around Barstow, California. I got to go.
I said, my buddy, I found it down in Vegas. He got 3 boxes of them.
Yeah, I do got a good copy on your radio. Let's ride. We got Louis Louis. I'm out here. Yeah, I hear you.
Hola, 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 hola. Next thing I'm gonna do, dude, I got the meter. Meter's coming. Supposedly it'll be here Saturday. So tomorrow's Friday, right? Tomorrow night, yes. Tomorrow will be Friday, and Saturday will be my receiving day. Because I paid the extra, whatever, $30, $40, whatever. Haven't checked it. They did a supposed to wait 10 to 15 days. By then it should be fucking dropped around 5 times. and I'll never use them. You know what I mean? Well, does your 148 have this too?
492 stepping through from Highway. No doubt about it. Good evening to you. You sounded good.
I bet you feel good getting this radio up.
You know what? He might have, but you know what? It was a pretty standard thing back in the day.
I'm on an old 40 channel Panasonic AM base radio. I bought this thing, I don't know, 20, 25 years ago. I don't know. It's a nice radio. I just broke it down on the shelf, plugged it in. What about you?
Say you want to go to, say, all the switches down are stock channels, 1 through 40. And then say you want to go to like 27555. So you would put the channel selector on 10, and then the first switch would go down, and the other two would go up. And that will put you on 27555.
I hear you, bro. I hear you. I just gotta get I have a from the 72. This thing is fucking hot.
I forget if it was 510, I think it was. I got you.
En cualquier lugar, con el juego que evitar los datos por solo $20. Por lo que estamos bro, and then just
you know, 20 copies off, and I'll give you a couple, and I'll throw a couple back in my...
Hey, 111 Kansas City, you're still in there, you rascal.
yeah, don't worry about it. 22. I mean, if you could just...
Hell yeah. Put my PP3 in that box with that little toy box. I forgot where the hell I put the damn thing. Just seen it.
You go to second, third, and fourth channel. Got selected and
vibrators running out of batteries.
all the way to the right. And then... all the way down.
se esperaba de alguna manera. Superestrellas.
Lo que representa Michael Jordan, ¿a poco no? Está muy bueno, pero ¿cuántos millones de dólares? Está bueno.
Sí, no, bueno, yo me atrevo a decir que... Sí, es una lana. Entonces, así funcionan las casas de subasta.
Kansas City, here I go. The Windy City up in Chicago. Where am I from? I'm actually from Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Fueron los protagonistas de la serie mundial pues del año pasado, entonces obviamente que todo el mundo está
Yeah, they say Pittsburgh. Hell yeah.
Would you shut your stupid mouth, you damn idiot? I'm not going to be stopped.
That's pretty loud.
Están muy saturados, pero antes de la pelota caliente, pues hay
Los amigos de Houston.
Come on back to me.
¿Qué?
Yeah?
Would you shut your stupid mouth, you damn idiot? I'm not going to be stopped.
Yeah?
Hell yeah.
Striker CB shop.
Yeah, that's that motherfucker old dipshit keeps talking about him. He don't know him. Yeah, that guy, he was a straight up racist motherfucker.
Básicamente les comento también de el primer
He didn't like the nigger old Joe.
estadio en Guadalajara.
Oh, Greg.
But, yeah, he wasn't around when all that shit was going on. That's why I keep telling him he's fucking lying his ass off. He claims he's out there. Oh, he pulled the chair up for me for being my old lady. Hell, he was the most when that motherfucker was around here.
Hubo un botellazo y a ver, o sea...
Yeah, that motherfucker wasn't around here, dude. There's a lot of people like old Bam Bam. Fanny and Nightgown guy. Old Knucklehead was on here running his mouth. Shit, everybody would have heard of freaking bitch going across the country. Bam Bam would have blasted this dumbass across the whole damn country.
Right?
Siempre lo hemos dicho, ¿no? Que no se nos olvide que es un deporte, que es un juego. O sea, no podemos... Me parece bien este veto, así que...
Yeah, that's the only thing I hear about changing these face plates back out. Cause yeah, you gotta take the covers off both of them, top and the bottom, and then you gotta pull all the fucking knobs off, then the little plastic rings, then pull those fucking screws out the side of them.
Una cosa porosa y yo los espero en mi Instagram como Katia Mercader. Ay, ay, ay.
Lo que tendríamos que vetar es tu casa.
I'm putting that original face plate back on. I just think it looks better with the... It all matches up together. Hell, if I had Confederate flag face plates for the 33 and the 99, then I'd leave it on there, but... I don't know, hell. Plus, it's hard to see the damn channels and all that shit on there, too. Yeah, it was given to me, my buddy Bandit back home there. Hell, he gave it to me. Hell, I put it on it for a little bit, got a little use out of it. Hell, I figured if I ever did sell the radio, I'd sell the plate with it and all. Yeah, my brother back home told me one time, he said, yeah, June bug, whenever you die, they're going to bury you with a bunch of little CB radios and boom boxes. He said he had a Galaxy Mobile in storage.
Oh, for $90 or $100, that motherfucker better be brand new, not a scratch, not a smudge mark, anything on it.
It's on Marketplace, and they're right here in the city.
Oh, I can't say that. It's been around the block a couple times.
You better have brand new felt, no marks on the screws. You better be brand spanking new for that price.
About a 666.
Yeah, come on.
Hey, have you ever taken the paint off of a D104 on the bottom?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just like bacon enamel or something.
No, it comes off with paint remover. And polish up the bottom. Looks just like a Silver Eagle, it just doesn't have the key down.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got a few of them things. I took one and made it a shorty. It's got the key up on the base of it. I just cut the neck down. The thing's like about 5 inches tall.
Yeah, I've got one of those too. It's made by a static though. It's about 5 inches tall. It's a little lollipop. It's probably worth some, I don't know.
Yeah, I made mine. There was a guy, an old veteran back in the day around here. He was cutting them off and making them 500 ohms and all that shit. They look pretty badass, so I was like, hell, I'm gonna make me one.
Oh, 10-4.
Yeah, you just cut it off for it, like if you got the chicken shoulder, at the top slot where the chicken shoulder prong goes in, you just cut it straight off right there, and then line up, re-drill your holes down there at the bottom of the base. There you go.
There you go. Wow, never thought about it.
It's pretty easy. Just make sure you get it lined up where it's straight looking.
I'm trying to figure out a way where a man can make a stubby with the key up bar on the side and the base.
I don't know what kind of bullshit they got there. Just got the board at the bottom with the relays, you can just cut the top off. Get rid of the bottom. If it don't, then you run what you can do.
I like to dig this other D104 I got down here. Well, I started doing that, and then I put some JB weld and put it all back together. I'm gonna bring it, and show you what I was trying to invent there. It didn't work out.
Oh, Roger, oh. Ain't no doubt about it. All I hear is freaking Mexican music playing out there.
It ain't nothing new anymore around here.
It's kind of from out west. Some guys in California said some crackerhead out there, some white dude out there playing Mexican music.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. There's a lot of freaks and nuts out here. Check these ground ways in the hell.
Well, I'm going back in the house. Get in there and turn all this off. I'll be on the radio in a minute.
Oh, Roger.
Pues sí, ese es su signature,
Hey, motherfucker, speak English out there, you son of a bitch.
You've always been my buddy.
Yeah, really, get out of there. Yeah, really, get out.
Oh, okay.
think I just stepped on him.
No, es Birkin, es un estilo de bolsa que es cara, porque el tipo de material que hacen estas bolsas y es super couture.
Mira, super couture. ¿De qué más ahora será? Parece de cocodrilo. Ahora, ¿era un cocodrilo especial o qué?
Pues algo así, un Birkin.
Ha de haber sido cocodrilo. Vete a el freeway que vas a mirar la cosa. ¿Ocur? ¿Así se llama?
Es un Birkin.
La de la Birkin.
No, ese es...
Pero bueno, aquí el punto es de que la niña hizo una travesura,
Sí.
pero mira, es
Le
que
dibujó un corazoncito.
ya es más valiosa esa bolsa, porque
Pues sí.
si tus niños hacen algo así, a veces
Good God, dear Top Gun. Good God, dear Top Gun. We ain't got too much noise in this desert. Morning, you said that out here in this desert.
Nada en dinero, pues la ayuda de las más ricas, ¿no? Yo me acuerdo,
Now, boys, get loud. No doubt about it. 22 in this desert.
Nosotros nos metimos por estaban todos comiendo.
No, sí, es que te querían cocinar.
No, espérate. Ya ves que los tíos luego jugamos abajo de la pista.
I think he's looking for new membership for the Rump Rangers, gay community outreach.
Fuego abajo de la mesa del comedor ahí.
¿Alguna vez le madreaste algo a tu mamá, a tu papá, algo caro? ¿Alguna vez le madreaste algo? ¿Tú, Zaida?
No, yo fui una santa, yo fui... te lo juro, yo no fui. El perro, eso fue otra cosa, el perro le mordió unos zapatos a mi mamá, pero yo nunca le hice nada.
Hoy no vino Zaida a trabajar, creo.
¿Pintaste la pared de tu casa?
No, fíjate que yo te estoy diciendo niña buena y decente.
¿Cuánta mentira en este programa?
No es
Oye,
mentira.
mira,
Obras de arte ahí en la pared. Y ahí la de...
Always calling my handle out. I think they're infatuated. Oh, Roger, right on. No doubt about it. Come on. Burger, burger.
O sea, el niño en 12 años va a estar bien grande, ya se va a pegar.
God damn, somebody needs to shoot them motherfuckers.
En el rancho nunca hiciste alguna travesura, mi Poncho.
Sí, claro, una vez ahorqué un caballo. Espérate, me mandaron a amarrarlo para que paseara el caballo.
Ajá.
Le hice un nudo ciego. Un nudo ciego. La gente de campo sabe lo que es un nudo ciego. Entonces...
Good God there. Good God there. Tell you what, this Top Gun, you ain't too much noise. 22 said that out here in the desert, boy. Hell yeah, he's out there in the desert. Come on. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Burger, burger.
Que lo amarrara el caballo por la cola yo. A ver, amigos, que ponme aquí en cabina. Uno muy...
When y'all gonna go around and shut that Mexican music off?
O le madreaste algo caro a tus papás. Márcanos, queremos escuchar tu historia. 1-844-370-4839. 1-844-370-4839.
Es más, nos está marcando tu hermano, güey. Que ya lo hiciste llorar otra vez por el caballo. Ay, no, de
créeme
veras.
que sí llora, ¿eh?
Ay, no.
Sí llora. My Dolly. De Morris en el Freeway.
God damn, man. Yeah, they need to go over at that guy's house.
Like they're scared of them. right there wouldn't fly very long here in the city.
Yo, 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 yo.
Check, Carpenter. Talk to you later. 305 out.
Bobby, Desert, California, getting on down.
Yeah, he's out there in the California desert.
Alright, 500. As you on top, and everybody else in the world of sound sounding good. Just full control, waving for the evening on this thirsty Thursday. Time to put the audio back in the rack and go kick back. Hey, 500, you take care of the mail for me for the rest of the evening. You're so controlled.
Hell yeah. Oh, man.
Hey, David Copperfield, by God, I failed you, brother. I should have called upon you and asked you to watch the mail. But you disappeared on me, so, man, you're good. So, in all aspects, hey, David Copperfield, I need you to take sole control for me and handle my mail. I'm getting this audio back in the rack, brother. And here you come up in there. I ain't talking no more. Hey, David Copperfield, sole control. Hey, 500. Did you say David Copperfield only keys on small stations? Because he just hammered down on everybody, including you, 500. But, you know, David Copperfield, he works his magic. Oh, 500. David Copperfield, you're all right. Soul control. I'm off this key. Enjoy, gentlemen.
We're talking about it. I got a guy on 60 dB talking right now. 306, California, send doctor right here in the Fairfield radio in the motorhome. How about a skip land?
Yeah, I didn't either.
366, California, send doctor out here in the Fairfield radio in the motorhome. How about it? Bring it back. Yeah, I just dropped down
I don't hear nobody but David Copperfield. And with that, I'm off this key.
It's on down, usually from 5 or 7 to 9.
I like it, Mosquito. You did well. That's kind of a John Denver shot right there.
That's what you said. Are you talking on your beam or your Antron right now? In the motorhome. Yeah, that's what I mean, vertical. Crank it up, no doubt about it.
Get your down here to the northwest drive. 0132 Scarecrow up north with the wave.
Hell yeah. 666 out here in the black gold. Out here in the black mold.
On this one, maybe about 4 inches, maybe 6 inches. On the vertical antenna, I got 3 on there. I would have had another one, but I broke it.
It probably is a small station, that studio mic on it.
No.
That's what I got going on. A little bitty radio with a big studio mic on it.
Yeah, I got 4 on my horizontal, 3 on my vertical, and then 1, 2, 3. Why don't you shut up?
Yo.
Yeah, tell his mama to shut up.
Yeah, tell your mama to shut up, boy.
You shouldn't come out there telling nobody to shut up. Pink ear, yellow belly, sap sucker.
Damn, he out there sucking sap out of them tree holes. Come on. Damn, am I not getting out over here?
Hey, hello to everybody with sense. I'm out of here.
Hey, what's the 20 on the sap sucker? Come on.
I don't know where that sap at. Hey, I don't know. I think he hit a tree.
Damn, he's out there sucking tree hole. Sucking that sap out of them tree holes, man. What the hell?
That's where he belong. Hey, that's where he belong. Out my business. Hey, I ain't gonna play with him. No doubt about it. I ain't no PlayStation. Hey, number 6, catch you later. I'll read the mail.
Damn it. Why always be 666 out here in the black gold on this Mud Duck radio when I'm getting on down?
666, that thing smoking. Hey, that thing smoking around Los Angeles. 666, you have a good day. Peace, love, and happiness to you and everything you stand for. 666, Reverend Doctor. Talk too much. Los Angeles, gone.
Oh, Roger, right on. I seen that big old signal popping up on my SDR, so I had to come over here and see what was going on. Come on.
Ain't no big signal. This little bitty radio. Hey, this little bitty radio. Cut it out.
Hell, I hear you pretty good. You're the only one I'm hearing on this channel. I ain't heard nobody else say nothing.
Yeah, Roger, okay. All right, Money Fly. Okay, well, thanks for the comeback, man. Like I said, you got a big signal in Los Angeles, so I'm getting there.
I got it on the gate. Documented on the video gate. Come on.
Hey, I've never been able to get to one of them gates. I've never been able to get to one of them gates, and I would love to see if I was on one.
It's on YouTube, Rattlesnake 1999. It's live all the time. I usually hang out on 19 all the time.
Rattlesnake 1999?
Yeah, 666. Yeah, when you see the icon, it'll be like a radiation sign.
Okay, Rattlesnake 1999, 666. Y'all should be able to remember 1999, because I got a 1999 convertible Corvette.
No doubt. Yeah, on YouTube, just type in Rattlesnake 1999. That's all you gotta type in there and you'll find it. It's live all the time. But yeah, if you want to hear yourself right now while I'm on here, you can jump on that while conditions are going.
Okay, let me see. I was gonna put it on the TV, but I'll do the phone.
Oh, Roger, right on. Break up.
or maybe I did something wrong. Hey, but I'll get to it. Ain't no doubt about it. It started showing me all the deadliest rattlesnakes.
Name it. Yeah, it's Rattlesnake 1999, all one word, all lowercase.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, Roger. Roger, right on. Damn it. You find it?
No, dude, well, I think I might be looking on the wrong YouTube. Hey, but I just heard that little playback you just did.
Damn it. Yeah, my playback crap. I had another phone hooked up Bluetoothed into my soundboard, but YouTube decided to block me out of it because it was an old version and it won't update anymore, so kind of screwed on that deal so I can find me something to play it back with.
Well, okay. Well, we gonna get on that cat, man. We got it all. Rattlesnake 1999. And shoot, when I said that, it just showed me all kind of deadly snakes. Hey, but never cat, unless you have a fine one, peace, love, and happiness, and thanks for everything. Ain't nobody but the man on top of the church. Beautiful Los Angeles Cal. I came out here looking for my homeboy. Good. I done forgot his cat name.
I don't know if this will work, but I don't know if it's working right there or not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Let me back this up a minute. YouTube decided to block me. Damn it. You find it?
No, dude, I think I might be looking on the wrong YouTube. Hey, but I just heard that little playback you just did. Oh, I heard you when you said, I heard that part where it said that playback was just as good. That's got to make sure. Okay, man. Hey, you keep on with the keeping on. I'm going to get back down to the other channel where they got a whole bunch of mess going on. Reverend Doctor, talk too much. I'm out of here. I'm going back to channel 11. Okay, man. Hey, you keep on with the keeping on. I'm going to get back down to the other channel where they got a whole bunch of mess going on. Reverend Doctor, talk too much. I'm out of here. I'm going back to channel 11.
Yeah, you're booming in over here, no doubt about it. You have to look for that. You might have to change your filter on that and look for the channels instead of videos. But yeah, it's on that filter thing up there in the top right corner, the search thing. You can search for channels. But I don't know why it ain't coming up. It should be like the top result.
Hey, look at 366, California. Yeah, well, that's what I do. Hey, I tried on the filter, no camera ain't too worried about it. Okay, well, I'm going through this camera, hey, looking for me, hey, a box to buy. I need me a big box. And I got to find one.
Hell, all I run's old fat boy 2x4. That's all I'm running, and a 959 direct injected with some rack gear and a soundboard and studio Mac. And right now I'm on that Mako 4 element on the flat side, and I got me a Penetrator 500 on top of that, stacked on top.
I'm running the same thing you running. I got a 2x6, fat boy. Hey, I'm running this 2x6, fat boy, no cap, making 2 ways about it. Okay, well, I'm going to get on back down here and go see what the boys doing on 711, the Reverend Doctor. Talk too damn much around Los Angeles. I'm going. There's another station out there, too. I'm going to wave my hand. I'm going.
Roger, right on 666, and I'm blackout.
10-4, rattlesnake, 666. Talk too much in the cut like any other slut. I'm gone.
Roger, right on.
Hey, I was looking for my friend Real Deal. Okay, no contact, Real Deal. Talk too much, 10-7.
Mi papá vendía helados de hielo, pero no me...
Oh, what the hell?
No se nos ocurrió meter pájaros y...
Hey, Snake.
Yeah.
There's old sheetrock. You ever talk to old sheetrock down there in Georgia?
Yeah.
Yeah, he told me to tell you hi.
No doubt.
Yeah, I knew it'd come to me eventually. Yeah, I have to look up here. I got sheetrock here in my damn bedroom. I have to look up there. I said, God damn, that's that some bitch's handle, sheetrock.
Fucking retards been playing that shit. Got about 4 little fat ass kids over here about to get the shit slapped out of them too. Out here fucking panhandling, swinging a fucking, looks like a broomstick or something around the metal. It's all bent up and shit, running in front of cars and shit.
A tu papá o a tu mamá. Vamos a platicar contigo. Viene Ricardo, dice que él dio algo ahí en la casa y viene...
I wonder what would happen to that light if I went over and keyed up.
I don't know. I keyed my shit up. I was like, what was that?
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. It only like dimmed it down or something.
Yeah, it was only like a few letters.
And I put my 8-pill back in there and run over there and see what's up.
Hell yeah, go over there, video it.
Yeah. Not right now, though.
God damn.
What's that motherfucker out in California dead keying over it?
I'll be glad when that shit stops. The skip goes away.
Yeah, they said that motherfucker does that shit from 8 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night.
Damn, he must not have a life. They got somebody worse than Gary, I guess.
Believe it or not, I'd rather listen to fucking dipshit over here on the northeast side than that goddamn bullshit.
Well, that's how that comes in the close nose in a horse race. Hell, that motherfucker knows that shit's annoying to anybody, even half the goddamn Mexicans.
5546.
Crying bitches when they sing. Then they got them fucking accordions going.
You seen them gay bastards wearing them fucking heel boots?
Oh, fucking roll around tow booths?
No, they went away from those. They're taking boots and taking the soles off of them and putting fucking high heel soles on them. And the dudes are wearing them.
I would.
Yeah, they're trying to make themselves look taller.
It's them, I don't know what they're called. It's not the little stiletto type heels, but the fat ones.
Yeah, they're a bunch of homosexuals anyway. That's why they gang up in little groups and shit, and you start hearing them screaming like little bitches.
It's like that one singing, sound like a little bitch squealing.
I got a tiny, tiny beak.
Yeah, that's why my and all her shit went with white boys.
I got a tiny, sweet, holy beak.
No, Corso 5-6.
5-5. Brito. Yeah, I drove by that 25th and Harvey again, and I looked straight down that shit, and yeah, the Devon Tower's like right in line with it downtown. Yeah, they're putting in some kind of fucking wetback shrine over there on 25th and Harvey.
Right. Yeah, I was telling the missus and one of her daughters yesterday about how Capitol Hill there used to be a big swank fucking business district. It was flamboyant with the J.C. Penney, the wars. I said they put that shit in there in fucking late 30s, early 40s. That was the south end of town, the big business district of it. All the shopping you could go into right there.
Y lo cuidaba como un niño, era cualquier otro niño el carro.
Era su bebé.
Lo cuidaba mucho.
Sí.
I was telling her what buildings used to be what and shit and what they were and how many different businesses were down there. She was like, damn, true, I never knew that. But of course, though, she's in her 30s.
Well, now, 30 years ago, well, I don't know, it's been pretty close 30 years ago. Hell, I was working at Tire Town.
That's over there by the fucking hot dog joint, isn't it?
Yeah, it's right on the corner. Yeah, they're on the corner. It's right there in between the church and the other businesses on the east side of Harvey. Yeah, they wiped out half of 25th Street. They cut it up, so there's only one lane. They got it blocked off going west. And I think was that 24th, from 25th to 24th, they ripped up the whole road. That whole deal is going to be blocked off. And they said something about putting a Mexican shrine there for Mexican history in Capitol Hill District. They're trying to claim that the Mexicans has got all this history there and shit. Well, motherfuckers that grew up here know that's a crock of shit.
Yep, that's why I was explaining to that daughter that shit since the fucking 30s and 40s, Capitol Hill was what I was telling them. It was wild. You know, Cresses, I remember that as a kid, going in there and they had that fucking fountain deal there where you can get a hamburger, malts, drinks.
Imagine all this guy, long-winded rascals. Got a bunch of long-winded rascals out there, no doubt about it. 454 in the desert, and I'm getting up. Where was this at?
Where that DHS office is, it used to be Cresses. It was like a great big Macy's department store kind of thing. Damn, I worked around in the 1930s. You said they had a malt machine?
I didn't copy that. I didn't copy your numbers out that way for show. These big strappers out here, long-winded rascals.
For sure, motherfucker.
I guess there's no brakes around here.
454, you're waving out your way anyways. 454, Mojave Desert, Southern Cal, I'm standing by.
All gas, no brakes.
See how that hell Capitol Hill, they started building all that shit back in the late 30s, mid-late 30s. All that business district from Walker down to Robinson.
Low 10 on the 50-yard line in the Mobile. No cause taken down about it. We're waving out your way and we're standing by.
Hell, as long as I remember, over around 25th Street wasn't nothing but slums, as long as I can remember. Hell, I'm 69 years old.
Damn. Hell, I lived off of 19th and Terrace Lawn, just right across Central, about a block and a half. We used to walk down there all the time. Hell, there's
Low 10, you said it all. I got it.
fucking Langston's, Cress's.
Gee, well, it's like to see people come out here and take care of their business and not lollygag around. No doubt about it. 454 on that line.
Then there was a TG&Y, a grocery store. 2 movie theaters.
I don't ever remember it being anything but the slums down in there. All the gangbangers.
Roger.
Yeah, that started coming up in there in the fucking late 80s, about mid-80s.
Now, they was in there in the 60s, too, where Gander Flats.
Well, hell, Gander Flats was down there off of north of 15.
Gander Flats now is from 29th Street down to downtown.
Well, that's a now and then type situation, because hell, fuck, I'm talking goddamn, over 50 years ago, that's what I remember as a kid. And shit, up till I was about, well, after they built Crossroads Mall, and a lot of those stores were out there, like the Montgomery Wards and Dillard's and J.C. Penney's and shit like that. They eventually shut those down there on 25th Street.
Yeah, I just always remember that being a dump down there. Capitol Hill there, all those shopping centers, they didn't make it.
Oh, they were making it good until Crossroads was built in the late 60s. Shit, I remember when we got new clothes, going to Langston's and going down to the bargain basement and buying jeans and shit like that. Yeah, there was a big jewelry store right there on 25th and Robbins. And Shane's Drug Store was right there on the northeast corner.
Yeah, I was raised around stockyards. We had the same thing over there. I had a walk-in movie. Had restaurants. Had Langston's. Had Tina's, I believe it was. Had the corner drugstore. You go in there and get a milkshake, and then set the cup down, and you could get the leftover. The milkshake still in the mixer cup.
Yeah, that I know what you're talking about. That was on the southwest corner. Langston's over on the southeast corner there, at Exchange.
Agnew and Exchange, yeah, it was on the, drugstore was on the southeast corner.
No, Langston's is on the southeast corner, doggy.
No, the drugstore was on the southeast corner. Southwest corner was a 5 and 10 cent store. Then on the northeast corner was Old Tasco, and then on the northwest corner was Hoof to the Horn Cafe.
Roger. Well, I
I remember going down there quite a bit, and my dad hauling cattle in and out there, and I could have swore there was a drugstore there on the southwest corner, a jewelry store, then Cattleman's. All I remember is that 5 and 10 cent store there. In catty corner across the road was Otasco. And back east there was a rodeo, walk-in movie. And there's a few little shops in there. I think there's Little Joe's shoe store. Then across the street from there was Tina's and I think Langston's. They was in cahoots in.
That old movie theater's still there with the sign and all that shit, I believe.
Yeah, they do some kind of movies in there. I mean, I don't know what you call it. They just go in there like pantomimes or something like that.
Yeah, like theatrical plays or something.
Yeah, I've never been in there and watched them, but I've heard about them. They get a lot of, a lot of advertisement, but I don't know. Man, I ain't been down there in years. Otasco was the other one I was thinking about in Capitol Hills on the south side of the road, across from where that Langston's used to be.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about Capitol Hill. I didn't live over by there.
Like that, I got it.
Yeah, I've been more or less on the east side. I know when I was a kid, I used to go down there at Capitol Hill, that car auction with my dad. And that was slums down in there. He'd say, yeah, you stay close. I know where that was at. That was down there by that 2020 car land shit. They used to have auctions down there.
It's a lot compared to what I used to do.
You had to watch them crazy bastards. Hell, I remember when there was a swimming pool right there north of that, before you got to the river on Robinson. Shit, we swam in that when I was a kid. Then they filled it in as we got a little older, and then they left the sandstone building, and they eventually tore it down.
Man, these fucking kids, they just won't leave you the fuck alone. They're walking right up to motherfuckers' windows, putting that sign right next to their window.
Look at them, tell them get the fuck on down the road. My grandma, she lived right there north of the Hoof to the Horn restaurant. There are little shotgun houses. And there's a veterinarian in there. Veterinary place. There's a lot of shit in there then. They get nice businesses. Right. Yeah, I'm just sitting there flashing back kind of what I remember at Capitol Hill. For the northeast corner, you had Sheen's drugstore, and then just east of that's that big church. But if you go back north, the restaurant now was Jay's Cafe. I remember that. We used to go in there. And shit, I remember, like I said, that park down there had the pool. And in there in the summer, when the pool was open, the city gave out these lunch deals. It was like on them little plastic meat trays. It had a sandwich and an apple, and it was wrapped over in cellophane. So we used to walk over down over off of 17th and walk down there to it. In the TG&Y, it was on the south side of the road. Well, they got, used to be a bus stop deal, a bus depot, city bus depot, right there on the southwest corner. And there was a jewelry store, which is now a convenience store, but it used to be a jewelry store. TG&Y was right west of that on that same side of the road. Then there was a furniture store, too, just the other side of it. Iron hole.
Yeah, some people just don't give a shit if it's not theirs.
There used to be a hopping place with a lot of business going on. When we first came to Oklahoma City, I was, about 15 months old, 16 months old. And I remember when I was it was about 3 when we moved we used to live off of 24th Street, back east of Central, or no, west on 24th. And my mom would walk us over there then when we were little bitty things too. And I remember walking from there and over there too. And then we moved down to 19th Street. We lived there till I was 7. And then we moved over here off behind the Votech after that.
47. I found a good welder to fix it, but anytime I do get it patched up, it just looks...
Old memories. That's weird when you was a kid and growing up, you thought this shit would never change like it has, but boy, has it.
Definitely better times back then.
Oh man, didn't we?
I can't say better times, but they were simpler times, wasn't it?
Actually, I love them times. Before all the high-speed world and technology took over.
Hell, that didn't take over till the 80s.
Exactly.
Yeah, them Australian guys are on 38.
They throw another shrimp on the bobby. Throw another shrimp on the bobby.
There's these folks out there, water pumps and that. What?
What you bringing there, water pump?
Oh, not much. How you doing today?
Yeah, I hear you a little bit better.
I just waving at you, Roger.
10-4.
Well, I wonder if that guy 102 ever figured out what he wanted to order, a 10,000 watt amp or a 1,000 watt?
Oh, no.
Guy over there in Valley Brook.
Is that where he's at, in Valley Brook?
He's somewhere over here. I think Gizmo said he got strong over in that trailer park back east of Eastern.
Oh, no.
Looking forward to getting outside, last I heard.
I kind of find that hard to believe.
Yeah, he's just a new guy trying to figure it all out. don't know who to listen to, but if you have to be listening there, 102, you listen to Rattlesnake, you can learn something. He's blowed them up and he's fixed them from being blowed up.
Hell, I blowed some shit up on purpose, but just talking on it, I ain't never blew nothing up.
Yeah, my 1 amp, that son bitch blowed up and I wasn't even talking on it. I just had it on and I heard a kapow.
Okay, I'm here. Yeah, I was listening, but I was busy. But yeah, I do listen to Rattlesnake. I think he's got a lot of knowledge. And it was a 1,000 watt linear, by the way. And yes, my antenna is on the inside, which is ironic because when I was up in the Poconos, up on top of Mount Pocono, I lived in a house out there, and I had my antenna. I threw it on the ground one day, and I was talking to Jamaica with the damn antenna on the ground. But I was also on top of the mountain.
If it's laying down flat, you're on the flat side.
And that's pretty much what I am now, although I did turn my antenna around. Now it's facing the north instead of the south.
You got it laying down in your attic?
No, it's strapped to the roof, to the very top of the roof on the inside.
You're on the flat side.
Yeah, in other words, it's in the attic.
Yes, it's inside.
Hey, I wasn't bad-mouthing you there, bud. You never know who's listening. I don't bad-mouth people unless I don't like them.
It's all good, man. I mean, I ain't worried about it, to be honest with you. I ain't hearing nobody bad-mouthing me anyway, but honestly, you know, I've been into this shit for over 30, 40 years now. I got off it for 16 years to do a few other things, and now I'm getting back into it. So I still have a little knowledge, but there are certain things that I do have questions about, but it's very nice to know that I have experienced people out there that are willing to give me some help on that, you know?
Well, I'll tell you something about Rattlesnake. When it comes to radio, there ain't no bullshit to him. He'll tell you what you need, tell you what you don't need. You know, it's up to you what you do.
By the way, incidentally, Rattlesnake, checked with that company today about that 5 watts low, 10 watts high, and they did say that's a dead key.
Yeah, well, believe me, that's way too much. You'll be keying up shit way too much. But, you know, that's like back in the day. But all you need is your radio turned down to 3 watts. Hey, you hook a 3-watt radio up to a transistor amplifier, and you're going to be keying like shit, a couple 100 watts.
What I'm looking for is a low dead key with a high swing.
Well, that's your radio. You got to turn your radio down where it swings. That's what I'm saying. My radio that I'm talking on now, barefoot, is about 3/4 of a watt. With the amp on, it's 100 watts output and swings the rest.
Well, even at 100-watt dead key, see, I'm not looking really for anything that big. Even 500 watts is still a little bit too big as far as I'm concerned. But if I can get it to like dead key, oh hell, I don't know, between 30 and 50 watts, and dead key to even just 200 or swing to 200, I'd be happy with that.
That's too big of a dead key. So I'm saying. Hell, when I'm talking on this right now, it's only going up by like to 300. But running this direct inject shit, it knocks your output down, but makes up in for audio. If I put a stock mic on this thing, it'll hit almost, I think about 8, 9. If I really get loud into it, it'll almost hit 1,000.
Okay, So look, honestly, with your radio, the way it's set up right now with your amp, when you turn that amp on, what is your dead key?
The output is 100 watts. Out of the amp, 100 watts. The radio itself is only like maybe 3/4 of a watt. It's right below 1 watt.
I probably could at least do once a week, but...
That's how you get your loudness and your swing. If you turn the dead key up real high, you're gonna put out a big old dead key, but your modulation disappears. It starts crowding it up, and it don't work right. And plus, you're gonna generate a lot of heat, and you get less talk time.
Yeah, I know that. I don't know. I'm just looking for something with a low dead key and a high swing, you know.
Yeah, you gotta let that shit breathe.
In other words, maybe I'm not being clear or something, but I still didn't get an answer to that, to be honest. What I'm saying is, I already know what the dead key on the radio is going to be. But when you turn that amp on, your dead key changes. It jumps up. And then after that, then you get to swing when you talk. What I want to know is how much dead key am I going to swing if I hook up, say, I don't know, a Palomar 250, for example. What kind of dead key am I looking at as soon as I turn that amp on?
Well, it depends on, like a Palomar 250 or 200. I'd key up, output out that amp, probably about, I don't know, 20, 30 watts, and then let it swing the rest.
That's kind of what I'm looking for, only more than 250. But the dead key should be roughly about the same, I would think.
Just fine. And then adjust your radio to run the amp.
Yeah, easier said than done when you're blind.
They got like
No, just find whatever amp you can afford in your budget, and go from there.
I'll send you the broker's number and
Yeah, your dead key, your radio don't change when you turn your amp on. But, I don't know. I don't go by, you know, I can turn them, tune them where you can run an amp with it if it's got variable power, but I don't know. You can do whatever you want to do, but that's the way I run my shit, and I torture the hell out of it, and ain't nothing burned up yet.
I know I ran my Texas Star 667B with the 2-watt dead key.
Hell, that thing was probably keying up fucking 200, 300 watts, too.
Hell no, I only got 375 out of it to begin with on AM. That was on a 2-watt dead key on the Galaxy 88. That's the most I could get out of that on AM on a 2-watt dead key out of the radio was 375.
It sounded like you didn't have enough power supply to run it.
It was in the car. But anyway, I don't know. I'm not sure if that was PEP or not. It might not have been PEP.
It probably was. Another thing about that shit running in your car, them freaking Texas Star amplifiers got that freaking bullshit little bitty ass speaker wire for power wire. You gotta get that shit off there and put some freaking 6 gauge or 8 gauge or something. Get that bullshit little bitty stuff off there and your output will definitely go up. And my example of that is trying to hook a garden hose to a fire hydrant. You got all that flow, but you're restricting it with that little bitty ass wire.
Yep, but you gotta be able to get the amperage to the amp. And if that goddamn power leads ain't healthy enough, it's not going to.
Yep.
Now, 667 pulls about 70 amps, right?
I don't know, to be honest with you, as far as that goes.
Yeah, well, that damn thing should have done about 550, 600.
That's what I got it for. I was hoping it would.
Well, like you said, you gotta get rid of that fucking 12-gauge wire they got on there and go put some fucking 6 or 8. Hell, at least 8, you know, and fuck, that'll make a difference. It'll get it on.
Yeah, get some good wire too. Oxygen-free copper.
Yeah, good multi-strand.
Welding cable.
Or at least an old set of jumper cables.
Well, regardless, I'm still going to need to turn the power down on this radio. Even at 4 watts right now, it's running like right at 4 watts. I've got to back that down. I do know that.
Yeah, you said that's a Cobra 29?
Yeah, 10-volt.
Yeah, you get that thing tuned and lined up right. Get that dead key drop and that thing, and get that audio set up where somebody will swing like a horse.
Yeah, that's one reason why I picked this particular radio is because of the audio.
About the only thing you can do that make it swings, put one of them old swing kit things in there. It'll make it work.
Mikey Pack, those stinger boards, and up north they're illegal. You can get them, but you don't want to get caught with them.
Well, I ain't talking about no stinger boards. If you put a stinger board in it, you ain't gonna be able to run the amp.
No, never had one. Stinger board, that is. I've seen them, but I've never had one.
The only ones that are worth the shit, that's the ones that's actually got transistors on it, like the 1446 or 2290. All that other crap they sell, like that RM Italy crap. It's got 4 520s or some bullshit on it, and they go, oh, it's 200 watts PEP. I could only get 80 watts out of it, and that was it. And that was in a dual final radio.
The only one that Bearcat's only doing like 35, ain't it?
Hang on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember how you set mine up over there, Snake, but I think it does about half or 3/4 of a watt. I think if I cranked it wide open, it ain't about 2.5 watts.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Man, a lot of these people think you gotta have a big old dead key and all this bullshit, and that's why their shit don't last.
Well, I like the way you set this one up, because I can turn the dead key up, but it still ain't hurting nothing. Yeah, it's like mine, fucking wide open dead key is about 3 watts. I can drop it down to less than a watt. Yeah, that's what I like, because if you do accidentally turn the wrong thing, you're not going to smoke it. And I am bad about that, reaching over and turning the wrong knob. That's the way you set it up, I ain't touched it. Some people sit over and look at the radio or the watt meter while they talk, but I never look at this stuff. Hell, I'm watching TV while I'm talking now. I'm sitting there playing computer pool and just keying up with my foot. Yeah, if it wasn't for these dogs, I'd put me a foot pedal key, but man, I'd be asleep and these dogs would be dead keying all night.
Get you one of them heavy duty ones.
Yeah, and then you go to bed at night and just laying up on the desk. Hell, I can't even remember sometimes to take my shoes off. Damn it. I wake up in the middle of the night and I start kicking my shoes off. Boy, sleep with your shoes on, you don't take you long to realize you're uncomfortable. Yeah, I hear you. But now there's a lot of beer involved in that too. Yeah, I was going to let that be your decision. I ain't ashamed of it, but I'll just put it out there. Well, Back in my younger days when I tore up a fucking bottle, I fucking went to bed with all my clothes on, boots, hat, and everything. Woke up the next morning the same way. Like I said, I ain't no angel. I don't got wings on me or a halo above my head. I've done some of that.
Oh, hell, Snowman, we're all angels.
I don't want lightning striking the roof, so I'm going to leave it at that.
Like that guy said on TV, I watched this the other night, he says, lightning strike me right now if I'm lying, but he stepped over a foot or two.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not bringing up old news or anything like that, but old duct tape wasn't even fun last night.
He's a waste anyway.
Yeah, I just quit talking to him, but hell, I usually get him on a different subject or something, cussing, but hell, I couldn't even get him away from you motherfucker. I'm gonna kill you, motherfucker. Your days are numbered, motherfucker. I'm gonna get you at the swap meet.
Yeah, I know. Here he's out there all goddamn day running the booth. He never showed up.
I don't go out there much anymore, but there's a time when I was talking shit to him. I was out there every weekend, and sometimes from Friday night till Sunday.
On.
We need to rent his neighbor's yard and have a CB break over there.
Go down to 394s and have one.
Have cars lined up all the way back up to his house.
Yeah, I can see 394 just down the street.
Hey, I'll park in his yard.
Yeah. Well, I think you've been in his yard a few times.
Yeah, he wanted me to till that garden up. That motherfucker never paid me for it.
Well, that don't surprise me. Hell, he owes Dr. Bob about $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 of uncollected bets. But he's always ready to bet again. Yeah, it cracks me up the way he talks about Dr. Bob coming over unannounced, he says. He cried like a baby on the radio. I don't give a fuck what he says. He whined and cried like a little 2-year-old that somebody took their pacifier.
Hell, it's on recording. Anybody can fucking listen to this crybaby ass.
Oh, but then you listen to him telling you, lucky he made it home. That white boy was lucky he made it home that night. Shit. What was he gonna do, run out of gas?
Yeah, sure wasn't gonna be nothing he done. Hell, I tell you what, I'm surprised Dr. Bob didn't get shot at, really, because he's such a coward. Hell, he'd probably just shoot through the wall.
Yeah.
I don't think he's got anything to shoot through the wall.
I don't either, to be honest. He said his daughter brought him a gun. I don't think that would happen. I think she's smart enough to know that he'd hurt himself for someone.
Yeah, she probably stole it off one of them guys that's been banging her out.
Different guns over. First was a shotgun, then it was a Glock with a safety off, and then it was something else, and then it was a 30-06.
She probably stole one of them high point 380s for one of them gangsters that's been fucking banging her out.
Yeah, he started out with a double barrel something. I don't know what it was, but a double barrel.
Yep. That gun changes every so often.
Well, I tell you what, Snowman, I know you don't get out real good, but boy, you get out good enough to piss him off.
Oh, I know. I'll fuck with him and fuck with him when he gets wound up. You can tell his blood pressure's up. I just sat back and sing Under Your Skin, and that just makes it worse.
I don't think he's mentioned that Glock after he got caught on the safety deal.
Yeah, everybody out here told him that you stupid ignorant fuck, Glock don't make a goddamn gun with a safety on it.
Yeah, he kind of quit mentioning that one.
You know, that's the reason I didn't buy a Glock. My son said, hey, I'll get you a Glock. Here a few years back, I said, man, I don't want a gun without a safety on it. It's just too dangerous. Hell, mine ain't got a safety on it, but that trigger's not real touchy neither.
If it's got a safety, it ain't ready to use.
My pistol, well, I got two. But my pistols, they both got double safety. But I got grandkids in the house, man. I can't afford to have something like that. It's too dangerous. But I keep my guns hid, but still yet. Down trigger. You gotta pull on it good. Now that 1911 9mm underneath the desk here, that motherfucker got a touchy trigger. And my missus was shooting it down there at the gun range the last time we was down there, and she pulled that trigger one time and she emptied that whole clip. And all of a sudden she's standing there holding this guy and her eyes big, and I turned and looked at her and started smiling and clapping. She said, what I do wrong? I said, no, you just learned how to fucking bump fire at 9mm. I had a Model 17, I think 1700 Remington automatic. That son of a bitch, first time I shot at a rabbit with it, I wrapped off 3 shots. And my brother-in-law said, you killed that rabbit the first shot. I said, well, I had 2 shots. I wasn't even wanting to pull the trigger. It just went. Yeah, she didn't have a very good grip on that motherfucker. Head bouncing off that palm, coming back forward, and just pop, 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 pop. She looked at me. What did I do wrong? I was laughing. Hell yeah. It scared the shit out of me, because I knew that I didn't intend to do that. My brother-in-law said, why'd you shoot 2 or 3 times for it? I said, that first shot was intentional, and the last 2 wasn't. Right. I told her, I said, that game warden around there listening, hears them shots that fast, he's going to think somebody down there ripping off an automatic. Well, that ain't no shit right there. Yeah, I got me a double barrel after that. My brother-in-law gave me one, and that was my favorite rabbit gun. Right. Yeah, we was over at the pistol range part of it. You'd be coming in from the north. That first one is a pistol range, and you go down about 200-300 yards, and there's a pull-in for the rifle range. And we was up there at the pistol range with them pistols at the moment. We better hurry up and get up on out of here after this. We get another clip, and we're gone. You know, there in Lexington, my wife's grandpa owned all that land there at one time where that target range and stuff is, and that refuge. Right. Yeah, they still got a house down there. Well, I ain't been down there in 20-25 years, but they had a house still there, down there. Damn it. I had an old tin roof on it. We go down there and sit on the porch. My brother-in-law always say, yeah, I used to sit on this porch and rabbit hunt. Yeah, we go down there and use the gun range. You know, we got hunting license deal. So as long as you got a hunting license, you can use that gun range down there for free. You ain't never been on that gun range. I've been there, but I ain't never shot on it. But, you know, we was, the cabin, or the house was, south of there. I don't know how many miles, but on the road is about 3 miles. But you go back down there on the dirt road, is a dead end, and we'd go down there and hunt around that old house. Hell yeah. Yeah, that gun range, you can't shoot on it unless you got a Oklahoma State hunting license. I mean, that's what it's for, is hunters to dial in their shed or use the pistol range, whichever. If we go down there rabbit hunt, then we get through rabbit hunting, we pick up a cards. Hell yeah. and all the brass that everybody leaves behind, or the guy comes down there and cleans all the brass up and puts it in buckets. He just lives up on the other side of the road on top of the hill. I confronted him while I was talking with him one day when we were down there. Yeah, I remember there's a station down there. I can't tell you exactly where it is, but there's a little station. It was on the corner. Had some good sandwiches. Oh God, I'm trying to think where that's at. That's back way. That's on the west side of it somewhere. I think it was on a road called Hogback. Does that make sense? I haven't been down Hogback out there. I can't remember the roads. I just remember how I can drive straight to it. It's been a lot of years since I was down there. A lot of years. I think it's been probably only 4 maybe. But I don't remember the roads. I just had to fucking drive it. Yeah, we'd go down and rabbit hunt. My wife and my kids would go, and brother-in-law's wife and his kids, and me and him go hunting, and they'd pick it up pecans. Then we'd come back and have a little picnic. Good old days. Oh, yeah. They sold that land, and that game refuge and stuff was a part of that land. That was a allotted land by the Indians. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna step out. I think I'm gonna run up the store and get me some beer. I'll be back. No doubt. Hell, I'll be back here in a minute myself. All right. Yep.
Gary, where you at, dickhead? Oh, Tampon Joe. Yeah, I know. Okay, so I've got my toy figured out. Now I need to work on the radio. So as of right now, I'm putting it out there. I am in the market for a decent Galaxy of some kind, or RCI, or something in that range. We got a Codex. Other than that, I don't know. We got some Cobras.
Well, I could just say to hell with the bots, too, and just get the Longhorn Superior RCI. That would take care of both issues.
Yeah, you can buy a radio in a box. Probably cheaper than that. Yeah! How much is them Longhorns? About $800, $900? I don't know, man. I don't know, that one website, they're, what, 7 something?
Peaking and tuning, and the channel conversion, and the open clarifier, and shipping. Everything involved that I just said comes to $1,012.
Damn it! Hell, most of them export radios, the clarifier is already unlocked.
And it is exactly like a Galaxy 88. It's the same basics as a Galaxy 88, but with 800 watts. They have videos of it on YouTube, by the way.
Hey, just get a fucking box. Mobile box or a base box. At least it'll cool a hell of a lot better. Yeah, I don't see them putting out no 800 watts on.
Yeah, I think that was sideband, by the way. 800 sideband, and that was PEP. Yeah, I'm low on AM, like on this channel, for example. It would do 100 watt dead case.
Yeah, that's too much.
What's your SWRs with that antenna up in the attic like you got it?
Well, from what both the meter and the radio says, I'm running at 1.1 right now.
That's pretty damn good.
I don't hear him on the flat side either. I pointed over that direction. I don't even hear him. He disappears. So he's transmitting vertically.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier. He's awful loud over here to be on the flat side.
I turned my beam over and he just completely fell off. I don't hear him at all.
Anything to do with it, but I know it did one other time up in Pennsylvania. I got it off the electrical box, acted as some kind of a...
I don't even know. I don't know if that'll work. Where we're transmitting.
Going off a lot of electrical sound though.
These goofy son of bitches cutting donuts right behind me. Fucking tires sparking like a son of a bitch. Oh, he just blew his tire out. Damn it. It's probably one of them fucking retarded ass Mexicans out there doing burnouts everywhere.
We're by my house.
Yeah, did you hear him?
Yeah, I heard him. I heard him going out of the neighborhood, it sounded like.
Dumbass motherfucker's tire blew out and shot over here by my car.
What, coming out of the neighborhood down here?
No, he's right behind me in this fucking parking lot. Now he's hauling ass with on his rim.
Oh, which parking lot you at, over by the neighborhood or over on the other side of the highway?
Where I'm always at.
Oh.
I should have been recording that.
Like that.
Hell, I was like, what the fuck is that? I looked at my rearview mirror and this stupid motherfucker's cutting donuts out in the fucking parking lot.
Oh. Hell, I heard somebody over here romping like a motherfucker, burning them off, leaving the neighborhood over by the park.
Now he's going down by your place on a rim.
Roger.
Oh, he blew the goddamn splash shield and everything out of that car.
What kind of car was it?
A four-door Cadillac, like a CTS, or like an older one, like a mid-2000, first body style.
Damn.
V8, the CTS-V. Damn, I might have lost him. I'm stuck at the fucking stoplight.
Well, I know somebody over here had a fucking hot one. They was, I guess they went there by the park going out of here and they fucking lit it up. You could hear it go, wah! Fucking tires shredding and all kinds of shit. It was pretty loud over here. I don't think I was hearing that from over there.
All of them dumbass little Mexican kids.
I wouldn't doubt it.
See where his little dumbass went. Damn, I think he's still going east.
God damn.
Hell, I thought they was out there on fucking 44th just getting all over it, you know, going east or whatever, but I looked behind me and this dumb son of a bitch is back there doing fucking donuts. And his tire, you can see that fucking steel belt just sparking like a son of a bitch, and then boom!
Yeah, unless that parking lot up there got holes in it. Dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, he must have hauled ass back there somewhere. I don't think he made it this far on a rim.
Oh, did he come into the hood?
I don't know. I'm almost down here to Bryant, but I ain't seen him yet.
Oh.
But I got stuck at that fucking red light for a minute.
Right. And that thing's pretty slow.
Do what?
That light's pretty slow.
Yeah. So I'm turning around. Going back. He probably pulled over somewhere over there. I just didn't see him. When I pulled in there when it was daylight a little while ago, someone had been in there doing donuts because I ain't never noticed them marks, and it was probably him. He came back over and fucking blew his tire out.
Yeah, they're bad about doing donuts everywhere in the middle of the street, parking lot.
Yeah, he was over there off 240 not too long ago. It was like a slight mist out. I mean, it had rained before that, but it misted all night long. Over at CDR Electronics, off 240 and PN or May or whatever it is. But them dumb motherfuckers, they had a group out there, about 20 cars doing donuts. The cops pull up. I pulled up there and sat there. I was watching them. And cops roll up, and these son of a bitches take off, and they start chasing a newer Dodge Charger. And he was on the service road going east. And I don't know if he hit a vehicle or he hit the median. but spun out, knocked his whole front fucking wheel off, all kind of shit. They caught his stupid ass, little Mexican and his girlfriend, I guess, and pulled some kind of Glock or something out of his car with a fucking 3-foot mag on it.
Damn it.
You said you might have heard him over here?
I heard somebody leaving out of the neighborhood fucking flooring it like a straight pipe or something.
Oh.
I didn't hear no tires popping or nothing like that. I just heard motherfucker getting it on, and then they let out of it after a couple of blocks up.
I don't see any action around here. Wherever they're at, they're probably assessing the damage. Oh man, that son of a bitch, pow, flew, and I seen shit fly everywhere. I thought the shit was gonna hit my damn car, but it came pretty close, I guess. I drove over there, I don't know, 50 foot behind me or so. I thought it was his tire, but it was that fucking inner splash shield plastic ripped the shit out of there. I don't know where his tire is. That son of a bitch blew, but I don't think I've seen any. There might have been some tire over there. It's probably in his trunk. Probably his mama's car.
Probably. But I don't know what happened, Mom.
Fucking essays, mama. Shot the tire out. Hell, we might have went west over here instead of east. I don't know. Looked like they went east though. Have a damn carnival over here.
Yeah, I've seen them. They've been set up over there, I think, since the weekend.
Yeah, they've been over there for a while. I mean, they just do it to do it, or?
Do what?
Do they just do this carnival over here just for the hell of it all the time, or what's the deal with that, you know?
I don't know. They come over there every few months. Especially with the weather getting warmer, you might see up in
till fall. You might see him over about 2 to 3 times.
Yeah, they set up them crooked games and have a few little rides.
You need a corn dog, I can tell. Man, we used to piss them motherfuckers off. They used to come where I'm from, set up every year. I mean, they still do. But we go down there and piss them motherfuckers off.
We was at a carnival one time. It was over on the northwest side over where I lived. I don't remember exactly where it was at, but anyway, we was in there and people been aggravating that monkey. Boy, that monkey spit on my brother. I tell you what, if that monkey could have got out of that cage, I'd bet it'd have been a hell of a fight. I believe he might have whooped my brother. I said, did you spit on him? He said, no, I didn't spit on him. Somebody spit in my face.
Yeah, I don't see any fucking tire. That's kind of strange. It's all plastic. Plastic bits fucking everywhere.
Where you at now, Gizmo?
Over at 44th and 35. I mean, yeah, 35 and 44th.
Is any homeless under that bridge anymore?
Nah, they kicked them all out of there, what, last summer? The end of last summer, I guess?
I think them some bitches moved over there by me. I've been seeing quite a few of them walking the roads, pushing buggies. I know my dog don't like them. I think they'll come around here at night, because my dog tries to eat them suckers up.
They've been pitching tents up in them woods on both sides of Eastern, all the way to 36th Street, and there's some over on the west side of the road, north of Grand there.
They still hang out over here. They just don't sleep up in this bridge. Fucking panhandling shit around there.
Oh, it stayed a lot cleaner since they did what they did.
Oh yeah, fucking 95% or so.
I was on Grand and Eastern there the other day off to the side of the road, man. They had two bulldozers, a track loader, and 2 or 3 dump trucks. I told my daughter, I said, man, they got to get ready to clean that up. Yeah, we come back from the doctor and come back by there, hell, there's all gone.
Yeah, they put them concrete blocks up in there where they can't fucking sleep on where that bridge goes up to a point.
Oh, these Mexicans over here, the Mexicans, they ride their horses back up in there. There ain't no telling what's in there.
Yeah, we got a big camp over there at, what the hell's that place called? South of 240 on the east side. Blue Star Buildings or whatever.
I don't know.
They got a big camp back up in there. B&R Racing used to be back in there.
Yeah, I don't know if you know where that play day is, that Capitol Hill play day, but there's a bunch of them back in there. You know where's that, don't you, Snowman?
Oh, what's that?
That play day that used to be over here where they rode horses, barrel race and stuff.
Yeah, I know there's a roping arena deal or whatever it was right there on 36th Street, just right there east of Eastern.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Beep, 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 beep. Man, I ain't seen nobody do anything in there in several years. On weekends, that place was hot. All right. Well, we'll step back here for a few minutes. I'll be back. Roger.
The fucking dipshit might have just threw the fucking belt off of that tire. I don't know. And he probably just kept driving on it. I don't know what that guy said, but I can barely hear him. I know you, dog.
So Gary. What's up, motherfucker?
Anyone out there heard from some dickhead named Gary Ferris?
Yeah, come out. Forward, Roger 2. Kick her off backhand, meet.
Yo, Gary. It's almost 10 o'clock. You too scared to show up before?
Shut up.
What?
Shut the hell up, damn.
You make me show up, dickhead.
Shut up, you fucking cocksucker.
Good cocksucker. What's a cocksucker?
I don't know, that's what's in your mouth, you dumbass.
You dumbass. Cocksucking dumbass.
Shut up, damn it.
You old cocksucking dumbass.
Fucktard.
Cocksucking dumbass. Hey, you motherfucker. Hey, you cocksucking dumbass. Damn, is that it, Driver? Hey, were you jacking off or what? Damn no cocksucking dumbass. You old cocksucking dumbass. Is that it, Driver? Damn, Driver. Got that cock-sucking CB radio sound like.
Damn, you do got a shitty ass radio.
That's badass. My brother's going to let me put my antenna outside.
So Roger.
Do that this weekend. Hey.
Damn, driver, you about to joust with that antenna? No, you don't want to talk about it?
Say that again?
I asked this driver if he was fixing joust with that antenna on his fucking nose rig. This bitch was pointed straight forward.
Probably using it as a fitness thing.
Damn, he might be. He looked like a white Volvo, kind of. Your goose is cooked, dumbass. It don't look like Gary's Spawncast is going to show up.
Yo, Gary. Yo, Gary. Get off of my property, motherfucker!
very, very quiet. I hunt west, we rabbit.
major, air major.
Oh, yeah?
Where you at, you stolen violent piece of shit?
He ain't showed up, he's in shot.
Hola. Hola.
in there?
Dr. Mom, you got it on?
like this fucking world with them. Yeah, citizens don't radio for all citizens to communicate with. Ain't no motherfucker will be near his phone. Chuck, hey, how are you doing today? Hello? Shut the fuck up, dog. Hello? Yo. It's talking about that.
911. I need radio check. My mama takes it to the ass. Great, the DC satisfied for tonight. Suck it up, driver. Take that. Appreciate that. Radio check. Keep working. Yep. I'm running back. I just found out my daddy takes it in the ass too.
Come on.
Yeah, he took it in the ass too. He found her better.
hero. Oh, hello, tell Paul hi.
I am such and such.
Bye, about the 250 yard was the last thing I seen. I got you. Spank him on the ass a little, make him do something.
How about now? There was somebody that was running on I-40 on the fucking radio. Anybody got a copy on the radio? Looks good there, eastbound. What you got rolling back your way? How do you stay on that correctly?
hell you sneaking around for?
One of these days I'll be one of them big radios, so everybody can hear me. What are you guys doing? Okay, yeah. See, I just write the mileage and shit down at the end of the day before, so I ain't got to fuck with it in the morning when I'm still half asleep.
Well, also just it's
the daytime running lights on that thing. One of them's orange and one of them's white. It's weird. As I said, as much as that thing got beat back and forth between Dover and Crescent up there, I'm surprised there ain't shit falling off the interior. Well, more pieces falling off the interior. That's where we was having to back into this tight-ass driveway one morning, or one day. He had to swing the nose into the ditch on the other side of the road. When he put it in reverse, he took his foot off the brake, hit the gas, and it took a second before he decided to engage, and he just rolled into the embankment on the other side. Well, maybe they got that fixed, and then somebody hit a dog or something. Yeah, the thing fucked up the front bumper that time. Hell, I didn't know they ever got it fixed. Wayne that drove
that truck. He's in his 60s and fucking mad all the time. It was pretty funny. And when he rolled into that embankment, I was like, what the fuck are you doing? I was telling you to go backwards. He said, I was hitting the fucking gas. I did it again. I was trying to figure out why I was getting cold, and then I realized I still had the fucking ventilated seat on from yesterday. That's what I was telling Burger this morning. I was like, fuck, I'm going to have to scale in every time I go in the quarters.
Alright, since he's got to scale in every time, we'll just go around him. Yeah. this interstate looks different between now and 3:45 in the morning.
Yeah, I told you. You roll out at 2:55, you're pretty good. You roll out at 3:05, and it's gonna make a fucking 30-40 minute difference in your day.
Yeah, 10 volts.
Nice kid, everything. That's what I told Art. He asked me what I thought of him. I told him, I was like, he's a nice kid. I like him, but he ain't got no work with him. Yeah. He worked with Jason and Steve at a different company before. Yeah, I just I could tell when I was training him that he wasn't the most motivated fellow in the world. No, I mean, he was loaded all day, load days. 3 meters, he drove with me for 2 days because I wasn't letting him go after the first time. Yeah, I had that.
Yeah, I've got a lot of experience in skin down. I guess I showed him what I had to do. I guess it was good.
Well, he choked me enough that I wasn't worried about the fucking so at least not today.
I've done that for 5 minutes. I hate it. I feel better, after a day running the picture, I think the last night, fucking concrete, like the gates well, not even fucking, Yeah, I did. I was like, man, he must have a nice little living spot. This is such a problem to strip this fucker in.
Yeah, one sitting on the breeze right there, Johnny, when you come under the next breeze, there's one under.
Thanks, oh, I seen him, appreciate it.
something's equipment, ain't they? Shit, we ain't complaining. Yesterday, hey, you got a free truck. I'm like, yeah, it's a junior free truck. The Carl works for the store. What you got? He said, I thought that he was already bringing me stuff from Coffeeville. I said, well, I mean, he is. I mean, what do you got? I thought you meant he needed just him. He's like, no, I needed the light plants up there too. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll be there tomorrow, big dog. Come home. Fucking time we'll bring this shit from Amarillo too, fuck it. Yeah, they will, because what they'll do is they take out all the old shit. Yeah, I know, you'll be surprised how much goes out once they put it on rent. Yeah, I know. But when they check it in, they can't even rent any of this shit until after the turnaround starts. So all the shit they got in the store, or all the shit they got in there right now, like in the yard, rented out for a year or whatever, however long it is. Once they get it brought back in, they turn around. They'll take all that old shit that's been in there for a year or so, take it out, and all the stuff we're bringing in there, then they'll be back on rent like the same day, so it'll all go out. The place makes a lot of money a day. I mean, everybody out there needs a gator, like a utility cart. Everybody needs a forklift. Everybody out there needs a fucking boom lift. I mean, they come up trying to ask you every day for stuff. Yeah, I know, Carl told me. They sure just picked it up with a fucking forklift or fucking pulled it off with a forklift or something, but they didn't. But see, they got that shit wrapped up in a bag, boy. Everybody out there, all that equipment out there is only United Rentals, so I mean, they're making money out there. Big ass cranes like that, they're like 100 million. Crane that was on that trailer across from Love's earlier. Oh, never mind that.
left has been able to avoid it the whole way. What are y'all doing, Ada? Got two west wind. Out there one day this week. Maybe they're running 64.22 pretty hard though. Looks like they're getting winds today.
the right lane blocked, middle lane blocked, what's going on?
Come on now, Parker. You ain't supposed to be hitting your brakes.
Watch your brakes up here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll do that sometime.
Well, it's usually a little faster to go that way on the first round, but then by the time we get back on the second round, the traffic's so fucked up getting off right there that it's usually a little quicker to go this way. I switch back and forth depending on how I feel that day.
Right.
that four-wheeler cut right running. Yeah. I don't know.
make it to 44 yet. Right. Where are you going?
Man, that's a lot of powder. Have a guy, what was it, last year or year before last, he was always working night shifts to do some over the night.
Yeah. Yo.
loaded car right here.
Damn. Ain't nobody up yet. Yo, where's all them crybabies at? They was out here yesterday crying. Yo, Shrimp Boat Joe, you gonna be out here tonight, boy? Hell yeah. It's quiet as hell out here. There's a couple of them over there. They're on channels on both sides of us here. I guess they don't want to come on here. I just crawled my ass out of bed. Damn it. No, one thing, I didn't want to get out of bed. I was real comfortable. But, somebody got to do it. I woke up and had to piss. What woke me up? That head stuffed up and shit. No. This crap's gotta stop. Oh, man. We get a little bump on me here in a minute. I'm gonna go start getting my coffee. I just ain't made it nowhere near that wire yet.
foggy motherfucker in places. Don't seem like it over here, though.
Damn it. Had to run in there and let the damn dog in.
What was that?
Said you gotta let the damn dog in.
Shut up.
There we go. Got this little crybaby out there. He's out there. Sit up. Sit up.
I'm telling you, they buy a radio and they hear a voice, they start tripping.
Wah, shut up.
I need to fucking get a haircut today, but I'll figure that out here in a little bit if I'm going to do it now or later. Well, I mean, not right now, but here in a little while or later on today.
Up here on Sesame Street.
Yeah, Trucker Channel's on 6. It's the Clown Channel.
It's the Clown Channel. Goodness.
Yeah, on Channel 6, Trucker Channel.
When it changed from 19 to 6.
It's always been 6.
What do you say?
You know it. That's the Super Bowl, the Trucker Channel. That's where the big strapping truck drivers hang out with their big ass radios. I'm sure you stopped by there and heard them bleeding and all that. That's why you don't hear them on this channel, because they're on the Trucker Channel. This is where the wannabe guys, they watch them goddamn movies, and then they come on here thinking they're going to get them a role in the next trucker movie or something.
We're trying to live out their little fantasies.
They get on here and they throw a fit telling us to shut up. Shut up, I'm trying to drive down the road. You're going to cause an accident sitting at your house. That's how stupid these motherfuckers are. They think that we're sitting at the house and we're going to cause an accident out there on the road. You know, that's a retarded sumbitch right there.
Yeah, they are. It's motherfuckers that have their flip-flops on and their feet up on the dash causing all the issues.
Yeah. Well, you know, I drive a truck at work, and I drive around in this shit quite often, and I get road rage, man. I mean, my old heart rate goes up. I'm ready to just smash the fuck out of somebody, because, man, the ignorance out here, and the stupidity. Yeah, I get road rage anymore driving around this goddamn place. This fucking ignorant son-bitches.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I drive in it every day. I'm over here off 59th and High Street. But, yeah. These son-bitches, they don't know how to drive anymore. They ain't got no TV on, so they don't know when it actually is, so they just assume
Yeah, them motherfuckers on they got their phone in their hand, or their tablet or laptop opened up right in front of them. Yeah, they're on TikTok or some bullshit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they are.
I know one thing. I gotta look into getting one of them espionage toys, or whatever you want to call it. Fucking cell phone jammer. I need to get one for work, at work. Knock that goddamn Mexican off his phone.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, brother. Well, I gotta jump out of here, so have a safe day.
Yeah, at 4:30 it'll be a great day, because I'll be able to come back home.
Yeah, I didn't want to say nothing, but hell, his volume was so low. I had to turn it up to hear him, and he was over blasting the speaker. I didn't want to.
Damn it. Yeah, I could hear him pretty good over here.
Oh, I had about a 9 on him on signal, but audio-wise was about a 4. Like he was way away from the microphone or something.
Dude, that fucking, that RCA radio, I got in there and rewired the mic plug and wired the microphone and put it on Colbert, 4-pin Colbert. I tried putting my D104 on it with that key up toward it, that Tweeterburger or whatever. Well, that motherfucker did not like that son of a bitch.
Damn it.
As soon as I plugged it up, it was like,
damn it.
But my Extreme 2018 Echo mic worked on it. My Galaxy Desk mic worked on it. I mean, that thing only does like, well, I don't know, it said 2 watts, but I don't know, I seen about 8 on sideband. But hell, some motherfuckers heard me out there. I was surprised.
Right.
Need to make a phone call and see about getting an anonymous tip on deporting an illegal wetback.
Something tell me there'll be a job opening.
Shit. Hell, knowing him, they'll probably save him. I don't know, the other day he told me that that lawyer guy that he's paying him money to do all his shit, and then that guy quit or dropped his deal or whatever. So he's illegal.
Yep. Tell you, the attorney's like, fuck, I don't want to be involved in that shit no more.
I don't know, but I found out what his job title was yesterday. I laughed my ass off when I heard it.
Really? What do they call it?
Shop foreman.
Really?
Yeah, not over me. He ain't my fucking boss. Nah, DJ ain't got nothing to wind right now, so he's been over there trying to help that fucking lazy wetback catch up on his shit. They're like, oh, we're behind. No shit, motherfucker, when you sit over on the motherfucking phone all day, when the boss man ain't here, your bitch ass is over there talking on the phone to some girl or watching some shit, and now you get pressed on your time, and now, oh, I need help, we're behind. Motherfucker, I'm about had it, dude. I'm about ready to just, I ain't said anything. I've said something to the secretary about it because I know she talks to Gary all the time, so you know how I kind of throw stuff there and then she'll say something to Gary.
Right, kind of throw the bait out there.
Yeah. Yeah, and that motherfucker, dude, LDJ's pissed off the other day. He's like, it was yesterday, I think. They was in there and he kept telling him to do this and then do that. And, oh, you're doing it wrong. And all this bullshit. And before I found out his job title, I laughed my ass off right in the office when they told me that. She said, well, that's what the boss man gave him. I said, well, what the hell am I then? You're everything else.
Really? I'd have fucking laughed at him and said, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, everything else. I'm the machinist, the truck driver, the fabricator, the small motors guy. You know, I got all kinds of job titles. He just got that little one, but he's over by himself. So he's the shop foreman of himself, 'cause ain't nobody over with him.
That motherfucker just talking to hear his own goddamn voice 'cause ain't nobody else listening.
Dude, we don't want to hear you. Why don't you just get one of them talkback speakers? That way you can just talk through the speaker. You won't have to be out here transmitting on the radio.
Yeah, that's what you should think about.
Well, I'm holding a conversation with somebody clear across town. If you can't hear them, that ain't my fucking problem.
No shit, I heard him cry bagging about it.
Get rid of that truck stop bullshit and learn about some radio stuff. You'll be able to get out and hear.
Well, number one, I'm not in a truck stop. Number two, hell, you ain't shut up long enough for anybody else to talk.
Nobody's stopping you from talking, dude. You're out there on the fucking highway, right next to the other people that you're wanting to talk to. Ain't nobody out here bothering you.
I ain't in no truck stop.
Yeah, and you sitting in an easy chair. You guys could be on a different fucking channel not bothering us.
You're bothering yourself, goofball. You better go learn about what you're trying to talk some shit and you don't make no sense. Oh, you should be on another channel. Do you not realize this is Citizens Band Radio? This ain't commercial band just 'cause it's CB. It's Citizens Band. Commercial band is a whole different radio, whole different frequency and all that. So, you know, technically you're a commercial driver. You should be on a different channel. not us.
No, Channel 19 has been the commercial channel for as long as there's been CBs. Thank you. Have a good day, sir.
That's a damn lie. Dude, where the fuck you hear this shit from?
He been sitting watching Smokey and the Bandit and listening to them truck stop rumors.
I've been doing this shit over 40 years, and I've never found anywhere where it said Channel 19 was a trucker channel except for in a movie. Is that what you're trying to tell me? That you think them movies are real?
You're almost a fucking genius, aren't you?
No, dude, why you fucking dumb son of bitches get mad when somebody knows something you don't? I'm not the smartest motherfucker, but I ain't stupid. And I've been doing this radio shit over 4 decades, guy. You know, if you don't understand that, that's over 40 years. Probably longer than you've been alive, but... Dude, I know about this radio stuff. I know Al Gross invented the walkie-talkie stuff. That's how it started out. You had little walkie-talkies. And it was for Citizens Band. And there was only 23 channels, you know, when they did that. Before that, you had changed crystals, changed channels. And there wasn't no 19. So, go get your goddamn education on this shit if you're going to try to talk CB radio.
Like I said, Hans, for as long as there's been CB radios, Channel 19 has been the truck channel. As long as there's been CB radios. Everybody knows that. Everybody.
Are you fucking retarded? Did you not hear anything I just said? You claim, ever since they invented CB radio, it was the trucker channel. Dude, when it first came out, there wasn't no Channel 19, good buddy. Huh? What part of that don't you understand?
The old CBs only had 19 channels. Do you know that?
No, they didn't. They only had like 1, 2, and 3. They had, well, some of them had 3 channels. But you had to change crystals out. And I ain't talking about that crystal meth you be doing. I'm talking about crystals for a radio. That's how you change your fucking channels.
Well, like I said...
One dude's about a dumb motherfucker.
There's been trucks and radios. It's been Channel 19. Like I told you a minute ago, they call them bread boxes.
Dude, you better get on down the road with your bullshit, yeah. Quit watching them fake-ass movies.
Have a good day, sir.
He gotta be the dumbest one I've heard in a while.
That was pretty funny. That fucking hell, I didn't know that either. They had Channel 19 the whole time. We're gonna invent radio and, we're gonna tell truck drivers they can get on Channel 19, but we ain't got it yet. But we got Connex boards coming out next week.
Yeah, I know.
And then the week after that, we're gonna have wacky packs and all that good stuff. So come on back down here, 1932.
He just went above his mentality.
I don't know, man. Back in the day, it was illegal to run a business on CB radio. That includes truck drivers, but they whine and cry because I seen it on the movie. They did it on that movie. I wanted to do it too.
Yeah, commercial business was not allowed on Citizens Band radio.
I mean, hell, if that's the case, why in the fuck do they got commercial band for the other CB? Why'd they waste all their time allocating all them channels for business band or commercial band when they could just talk on Channel 19? That just don't even make no sense. Damn.
That guy's mentality, he don't understand that.
Yeah, that's why he faded in and faded out like he did. He got maybe a mile and a half, if that.
I couldn't do nothing but sit here and laugh about him.
Yeah, shit was pretty funny. I mean, goddamn, dude, all they gotta do is Google it. They got their little phone there that they're on 24 hours a day. Google it. Who invented the CB radio and all that shit? Read up on some motherfucking history. There was actually two guys before Al Gross, but history don't really mention them guys. But, you know, I think Al Gross was the one that started the walkie-talkie thing or whatever. But he's not the originator of the CB radio.
Actually, it was part of the fucking ham radio world until they allocated it for Citizens Band in the 27 megahertz.
All I know, these motherfuckers cry, oh, you fucking think you know everything. You know everything.
Crying about some idiot sitting at home on a base station eating Cheetos in his underwear, bothering all these truck drivers in the morning. Ain't got nothing to
fantasy for his co-driver.
If you think you're a truck driver guy, I don't know how old you are, but the way you're whining and crying, you sound to me like one of these fucking steering wheel holders. That's what you sound like. Because believe me, I've been on here long enough, I know what a motherfucking truck driver is, and truck drivers don't cry like little soy boy bitches, like you some bitches do. I've been around truck drivers half my life. So, you little whiny, sniveling soy drinkers need to grow up.
No shit. Hell, I was raised around it. That's why I got into radio for.
And them truck drivers, they tell you the same fucking thing, you goddamn noobs. You're a newbie, you're a steering wheel holder. With your little Fisher-Price bullshit radio that you paid $800 for that only gets out a mile. What's the matter, guy? You can't compete with that?
Hello.
His mind done went fizzled out.
Happy Friday.
Then he at home. He's at home talking on a base station.
Off at 240 right there. Other than that, I don't know.
Hey, little guy, I'm not on a base station. I'm on a DX959. Yeah, look it up. Research it. That's what I'm talking on. I ain't got no export, big old badass fucking export radio or nothing like that. Talking on a piece of shit 959 Galaxy. Look it up. Motherfucker, you probably got one of them high-powered radios and you crying about me talking. And you hear my radio, I hear y'all crying about it all the time. You're always crying because you hear me way the fuck out there. And I do my own work. So, you know, it's not my problem. You go to them truck stops and get your little truck stop tune and drain your wallet and don't even get nowhere, you can't even get out, and you overpaid for a piece of shit Chinese radio, and then you whine and cry, I can't get out over there, blah, 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 blah. I mean, how you smart enough to get in that truck? You ought to be smart enough to work on your own shit, and then you'd be able to get out, and then you wouldn't be so butthurt when you hear somebody that gets out. We're jumping up and down, jealous motherfuckers. And they come up with this excuse. Oh, Twucker Channel. Oh, Twucker Channel. And you don't hear a motherfucker out here until somebody keys up and starts talking. Then all the little steering wheel holders key up. Oh, it's a Twucker Channel.
I wonder how he feels now. He's getting laughed at all the way out of town.
Yeah, I don't know. These motherfuckers are right the fuck up, man. Hell, I just sit there a while ago and listened to truck drivers on channel 17 and 23 and 24 a while ago. Not even 30 minutes ago. So what are they doing on them channels, huh? You motherfuckers cry about people talking on this channel. What the fuck are they doing on Citizens Band Radio off of 19? If we're going to go by your stupid theory, what are they doing on them other channels? Shouldn't they be staying on this one? Huh? What's good for the goose is good for the gander, you steering wheel holding, soy cup drinking motherfucker. Anyways, alright, I'm done with that retarded shit.
Sounds like a fucking nigger.
Yeah, he'll never get the point.
Well, what do you say about a nigger? What'd you say right there? I heard part of what you said. Something about a nigger or something. What's up on it? Now you ain't gonna key up.
One of them little one-shot wonders.
It must be one of them motherfuckers scared. I don't want to say it again. The people might hear me. I don't want to get canceled.
Mile marker 108, bitch. See me up there.
Yeah, well, you ain't at no fucking 108.
Get up and go to work.
No, I was trying to say he's at the 108.
I doubt that. Highly doubt it.
He's within a mile of me. And yeah, there's no way you'd hear him at the 108. Ain't nobody talking on no striker, none of that Chinese bullshit gonna make it that far. I want to hear more about this nigger thing. What the hell is that? I remember keyed up and said something about a damn nigger.
Yeah, ain't nobody to hold off. You are a nigger.
Yeah, that guy said something about a nigger. Hell, a couple of you fuck nuts, y'all call me a nigger all the damn time. That's how retarded you motherfuckers are.
Damn, I'm wondering if it's alright. I'm gonna make me a cup of coffee if it's gonna pause an intermission, if they're going back, or unless they're gonna keep on going.
I don't know, I hear them out there. They got them little weak signals out there. Some little ankle biters. You come around here talking shit and I'm on here, I'm gonna respond to you. I'm gonna do all whatever. It's gonna be fun though. I always have fun with you stupid son of bitches that talk all that bullshit.
Shut up.
He said, son up. He said, shut up.
Yeah, the mental midget. Oh, goddamn, they're blasting.
Dude, I've been fucking with you brainless motherfuckers. I mean, hell, even the truck drivers enjoy it. Because I don't like your stupid, brainless motherfucking asses either. Well, damn it, that offended them. Them steering wheel holders, dude, you just say something about a real truck driver not liking them, goddamn, they get mad.
Hell, do truck drivers still use radios?
You're gonna have to pump that shit up out there.
I'm just curious if they use radios anymore. I don't hardly ever hear any of them on here.
Yeah, but then you get one of them dumbass come through here and start bitching when they hear a voice.
Who's a dumb?
There's a bunch of them right now. They're like, they ain't got very much signal over here, but there's probably about 4 or 5 of them out there as we speak, jumping up and down crying.
I didn't think anybody that had a CB radio was a dumbass.
Well, listen in, you'll hear them.
Yeah, I hear them all the time. I hear them all the time.
I'm gonna go fetch me a cup of coffee. I'll be back here in a minute.
I thought having a CB was a sign of intelligence.
Sometimes it's not always the case.
Ah, damn.
You base? You the gentleman I talked to that lives over off of Western and 36th?
Iron Cortex, you know what? Who the fuck I am?
Sounds like we're awful close together the way that everything's coming in on mine.
121, base, meet you there.
Pretty sure that guy sounded exactly like old Iron Cortex. I'd probably even bet on it. I mean, that's a 50-50 chance, but I'm pretty sure that's who that is. You stupid jackass, I'm not a nigger. I have a job, and I raise my kids, and I'm still married. And so how in the fuck could I be a nigger?
I think he was complaining that you're not down on your channel. You know, channel 6.
Nah, this is a local channel around here. That's why I hang out here. Just hanging out, recording and documenting. Hell, I already made one of our local crackheads famous. Yeah, they listen to his dumb ass from coast to coast now. Old Smoking Joe, the Shrimp Boat Joe. Shrimp Boat Joe Show. It only happens maybe once a week. Them little guys are still out there talking. I can just barely even, I don't know what they're saying, but I can see them keying up out there. What?
Smoking Joe been. I ain't heard him on the radio talking shit.
No, he blew his freaking turd out a couple of days ago. He's gotta be hooked up to that rejuvenation machine, rejuvenate his liver. Yeah, he was on here, a couple of days ago. Yeah, he's on here. I was at work, and I got a text message, so I got on YouTube, got on my stream. I listened to that motherfucker from about 2 hours, a little over 2 hours. Because I got notified about 2 o'clock the Smoking Joe show was going on. Or no, it was Shrimp Boat Joe. So I sitting there listening to that goofy motherfucker. Ah, damn. There wasn't nobody else around me at work, but yeah, I was listening to that motherfucker talk all that bullshit and threaten everybody and all that crap. These motherfuckers ate up.
Shut up and get a job, hippie.
I'm not hippie and I got a job.
Yo, microphone warrior. Yeah, I get a kick out there when he's on there.
He said he's a microphone warrior. Yeah, I talked to a bunch of you microphone warriors. Y'all do hide behind that microphone, them old mic warriors.
Thank you, sir. Have a good morning. I got one of them old strikers, man, and I fucking hate it, so I agree with you on it.
Yeah, I ain't never owned one, but I've worked on, like, the first generation of them. I mean, them were alright, but these new ones, it's all surface mount and computer controlled, and that's some bullshit.
Yeah, I believe it, because that striker's 655, and, man, it does what it wants. One day it's really good, and then the next it ain't shit.
I just give them shit because, it's like them bunch of schoolgirls. Oh, I gotta have a twinkle. It changes colors, and that's the fad, This motherfucker's got one. It's like when all these big radios or these amplifiers come out, it's like a status thing or something. Oh, I got the newest and greatest thing out. I can't get out down the road, but I got the newest radio out. I paid $1,000 for this radio.
Keeping up with the Joneses.
They'll go talking about the strikers, and I just tell them, hell, I got one, and some bitch, I can't get it to work right. It's just something wrong with the radio.
Yeah, it's just fucking radio. That's all it is. And then these guys think because you get all these bands of channels, that's supposed to help you get out. And ain't nobody talking on none of them channels except for like ham operators and 10 meter or something. I mean, you might. Most of them, I don't know if they go down to 12 meter or not, but or up, however you want to do it. But I don't know. Yeah, I'm not into all that trying to keep up with everybody.
No, I bought this truck, and this radio came in the truck, and hell, the guy I bought it from talked this radio up big time. Man, I'll tell you what, I'm about to take the other radio out of my other truck and give my driver this radio.
Damn it. Yeah, you know, when they got that talkback on, they think they're fucking blowing smoke. Because their talkback is blowing them out of the cab, so, you know. It's an illusion, because that ain't what you sound like on that talkback. That ain't what you sound like on there.
I locally drive, man. I get a kick out of y'all in the mornings.
You listen to that shit. I mean, I just crack jokes on them, and then they get all violent and shit and want to beat you up and all kinds of crap. And then, I'm gonna pull over right here, and they don't never pull over. They don't ever do nothing. Hell, they show up to my job, them old flatbed or skateboarders. Some of them wearing flip-flops and shit. And I go up to them, hell, I fuck with them when they show up. I go over and start talking to them. Because what you hear now is what you'll hear in real life. And some of them trip out, and some of them, hell, they're like, cool, you know. But ain't none of them tried to beat me up or anything.
No, like you said earlier, they're just warriors on the mic, man. No, but I get a kick out of it, man. You're like a mini local celebrity on the radio, man. You do your thing, so.
I can't imagine anybody wanting to beat you up. You sound like such a nice guy.
I am a nice guy.
Well, then nobody's gonna want to beat you up.
Oh yeah, they're always wanting to beat me up. 'Cause I always come back with something. You know, they smart shit off, and I always got something in the chamber to fire back at them. And then they get mad. Where you at, motherfucker? I'm gonna fuck you up, motherfucker.
What I miss. Those are the kind I like talking to. I like getting them pissed off every now and then. Shit, I'm the kind of guy who can be nice as fuck, but if you want to go there, oh shit, I'll turn that hat backwards and we'll go there in a fucking heartbeat. I know when I was driving the truck, if I wanted to stay awake and I was getting sleepy, I'd just start a fight with somebody on the damn CB. That'd keep you awake. Shit thing is, and they're making them so fucking mad, they're beating their microphones on the dashboard.
Yeah, back in the day, there was a couple base stations. Well, one of them it went by JYD Junkyard Dog or some shit. Dude, them old guys that was on here, they made that motherfucker so mad. He literally, for real, because I wound up looking at the radio, see if I could fix it. This motherfucker took his radio and chunked it across his fucking house and fucked it up.
That's kind of what I am. I'm a homemade base station. I try not to make nobody mad at me. I used to do it when I drive a truck just to stay awake, but I don't do it no more.
You see, you're a base around here.
It ain't hard to get somebody stirred up.
Yeah, well, you know, it's kind of hard to sleep when you're mad.
Got a point there.
I sleep like a baby every night. Actually, I sleep so well it's hard to get up the next morning.
Hell, I got to take sleeping pills just to go to sleep anyway.
Shit, no, I mean, just finish up a good joint and I'm going there and lay down and it's all good.
Well, I stayed up all night and all night and all night, and I finally told that damn doctor, give me something to go to sleep. Well, and he did. Yeah, that's why I put the radio in the damn house. It's because I was staying up all night. I thought I'd get on there and talk. Then I got sleeping pills, and I don't even get on it at night.
I don't want to say I don't recall ever hearing you around here.
What's that?
And I've been operating a base in this town since I was 15, and I'm 59 now.
Hell, I don't got no really good base station. All I got's a Cobra 148.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying I've never heard you around here before. That's why I was scratching my head.
Yeah, it's about the first time I've heard him around too, and I drive him locally every day for 5 years.
Hell, I wouldn't even know what a base station looked like. My stepdad used to run a base station in his house all the time over on 41st Street.
Never heard him before.
He went by Sleep of the Wheel. His real name was Tiny. He weighed about 600 pounds. He loved talking on the radio.
Well, what do you go by? Because I've never heard you around here in all my years.
I'm Can Do.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now?
I think I heard you the other day.
Yeah, me and you talked. I was thinking you was a gentleman that lives over off 36th and Grand off of Western.
No, I'm over here on the low east side, over here east of I-35.
Oh, okay. What do you go by?
Well, Snowman, but whatever hell, sometimes there ain't no telling when they're mad.
Come back with that, I didn't understand.
I said I go by Snowman, but hell, I've been called a few other things when they're mad.
Did you say Snowman?
Yes, you got that correct.
Okay, thank you.
And I've had that handle before that fucking movie ever came out, and I hear the ridicule about it. Oh, walk for smoking in the bed. No.
Yeah, I hear you on here every morning.
My dad drove a truck his entire life, is why I kind of got into the fascination of radios when I was a small kid. And actually, I tried setting up my first shit at home when I was probably about 11. And before that movie even came out, hell, I'd fuck around with the radio a little bit when we'd be traveling across the United States. So that's what he told me to start calling myself. I was a little short, round, white boy.
Yeah, that's what I used to do. I used to drive all over the damn place until I had to give it up.
Yeah, we started traveling around. I started traveling around with him on the road, fucking 69, 70.
time I was 13, he done taught me how to drive one of them motherfuckers and back trailers in.
Yeah, I only drove for about 20 years, and then I had to call it quits.
I don't want to be
Too many health issues.
I just can't see how some of these guys can't back 50-foot trailers in. Hell, that's easier than a boat trailer.
You don't hear as many truckers on here as you used to.
No, because a lot of them couldn't make a pimple on a truck driver's ass. That and they're glued to their little fucking TikTok with their man bun and their feet up on the dash.
Yeah, they probably all use their damn telephone and text one another instead of use a CB.
I heard somebody real faintly. Good morning.
What?
Yeah, I'd set my first shit up at the house and run nothing but a little old Magnum out antenna on a fucking barbecue grill outside my bedroom window just so I could talk to my dad when he come into town and then leave out. Fuck, I was probably 10, 11 then. Got my first base antenna when I was 15, so I've been at this a long time.
Get it.
Truthfully, hell, if you count the Magnum out antenna, I've been at it damn near 50 years. But a hobby has to start somewhere. Yeah, speak up, I didn't hear you. I just heard it snow something, that's it. Guess you don't get that picture, do you?
I barely hear him.
And his audio is kind of low. And hell, I'm over having to strain to hear him.
But you can hear me.
I think somebody's had one too many soy lattes.
I can't hear rattlesnakes.
What do you mean you can't hear me?
Oh, look, you took the stick out of your mouth.
What the hell? Dude, get your fucking soy fag shit on down the road, man.
I told you about the soy latte. He just proved it.
Yo.
Yeah, he has that soy latte, and I bet he has a man bun for his boyfriend to hold on to.
It's not a man don't wear a bun. That's that soy fag shit.
You know, each man he calls another man a fag.
What's the 20 on the man bun? Come in.
Shut up, faggot.
I don't know. He's out there somewhere.
That's how you contradictive jackass.
Where's that buffalo at?
You're too stupid to realize you contradicted yourself.
Oh no. You got on your down sideband. I think you got a pretty good delay on it.
What's that?
Way up there.
know, just to fuck with you.
I didn't hear
I don't know, that one guy, he needs to get a different microphone. You can tell that's one of them old cheap-ass stock mics.
Is this thing sounding okay out there?
Yeah.
Bird flu booster right over here, Junebug.
Roger. Morning over there, Snowman.
Morning.
Hell, I got them all stacked up on top of each other. Goddamn, looking like a damn tower over here.
Oh, hell.
I got the Texas Star on the very bottom, then the 99, then the 88, then the 33, and then my meter. I thought about taking that little Silver Street 150 and sticking it on top of the meter.
Yeah. It probably look cool as long as it don't interfere. Cause you start putting all that shit together and that RF's a motherfucker.
Boy, howdy.
I wonder if I could run these off a switch box. That way I ain't got to keep unscrewing the coax and plug it off in one radio and then unscrew it and put it back in another radio.
Yeah, you just get a whatever. Hell, like on my antenna thing, I got one of them MFJ 1704 to 4 to 1. You can reverse it however you want. You can hook 4 radios up to one antenna or one radio up to 4 antennas. Don't matter.
Yeah, this one I got 3-way. Like 1 going in and 3 coming out.
Yeah, just hook the 3 radios up, then the one coming out, hook to your antenna.
Yep.
Well, hell, I had to run it coming out of that box, because it's coming from my antenna into my meter, from my meter into my box, and then from my box to my radios.
You hook the radios up to your switch box. You come out of the switch box into your amplifier, out of your amplifier into the meter, and then the antenna hooks into the output of the meter.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's where that jumper wire's coming out of the back of the amplifier, going into the radio, going to that switch box, right?
Yeah.
No. Well, you hook your 3 coaxes up to the deal on your 3 radios. Then into your amp, out of the amp, into the meter, and then out to your antenna. That's how you hook it up.
Yeah, the switch box will go between your radios and your amplifier.
Right, that's what I was saying. Where that jumper wire's coming out of my amplifier going to my radios, I'll just use that jumper wire and go into that switch box, and then from the switch box to the 3 radios.
There you go.
Damn it. Old Bolt said old Bangkok, they got banged by 7.7.
Damn it.
You want to do this, those is either rain or not.
It ain't gonna rain here.
rain and this drizzle.
What? It's drizzling out there?
It's over here.
It might be that radiator.
I'm gonna pull up radar and look and see what it's doing.
I don't know, them fucking weather guys talking about it ain't gonna do nothing here. It's southeast of us, but you know, them some bitches don't have a clue what the hell they're talking about.
Well, as far as this goes, from about downtown east, we got rain.
What the hell?
Yeah, all down around Shawnee. This stuff's moving north. Over down toward McAllister and Wilburton. Back down south of Atoka. Over west of Ada toward 35 and north, going north.
So it's bypassing us then.
Well, I don't know. It's over on the east side, it's raining. A little bit east of me.
Yeah, it might flood old Smoking Joe in.
Yeah, because all this shit here is building around and coming north.
Them damn weather people.
I'm glad I put them trash buckets out last night instead of having to mess with it this morning and that shit.
Yeah, that's what I did. Took all my shit out of here and put the motherfucker on the curb.
What? Was your trash day on Friday or something?
Yeah.
It's funny, y'all about 6 blocks away or something, and your trash day's 2 different days.
Yeah.
Hey, when's yours? Thursday?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Please turn your right.
That old Confederate flag bullshit off there, put the original face plate back on there. It kind of looks like a radio now.
No.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I sent you a text, and that guy, he pretty much sounds like that guy.
Right.
But the more I listen, I don't know, man. He still got that accent, but I don't know. The more I listened to him, the more he didn't, because I didn't hear all that stutter and shit.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, let's run our high beams and blind everybody there, dump truck.
You almost fucked up.
Dude, I think I still did. Trying to tell me to flip around now. Yeah, sure did.
The joining road. And that coffee's hot and burns the goddamn throat.
Yeah, the morning couldn't just go that smooth.
Yeah, my driveway's getting wet over here. Well, I've got to see the barber today. I'm looking rough. Who makes the most money, a drug dealer or a whore? All don't know. I've never been either. Whoever has the best crack. Damn, that almost sound like an Oprah Winfrey joke.